Hello, and welcome to the Dusty Love Connection, where we explore the dusty, derelict, and downright dysfunctional dating habits of the most unproductive men, aka the Kang's street name, Gun Trail, and his continental cousin, Gun Day. Hey, girl, hey. Hey, y'all. Excuse my voice. I've got a cold. The weather here in New York is all over the place. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I had to make some tea, y'all. Like, I feel like I'm coming down with the cold. The weather, it was like 70 degrees, and now it's like 32. Like, I got tricked like 3, 4 times. Like, I would leave for work, and it would be like 70 degrees, and I would have no jacket on, just a sweater. And then by the time I come home, like, it's freezing. Now I think I've got the flu or something. But so yeah, I sound a little crazy, but whatever. We're gonna soldier through it. So how's everyone doing? Hey Reese, hey Tanika. I've missed you guys. So I don't really have much to talk about. Like, hey Melissa. As the weather has been bipolar, like extremely bipolar. Like yesterday it was decent, and then today it was raining and cold. Like, it rained so bad because I went and had a facial today. It rained so bad, like the traffic in New York in the city was so bad. Like, I probably should have taken the train, but I was like, I didn't want to walk to the train in the rain. So I was like, oh, I'm just gonna cab it. But the traffic was so horrible. Like, I was so late that the lady had to push back my appointment. Like, an entire, she had to see someone else. So, like, she had an appointment that she went and had to see, and then I came in. I was like the last appointment for the day. So that was that. And then after that, I went and had, like, here in New York City, like, they have these like really they have like these massage parlors like all over the place that give like really cheap massages. So you can go in and you can get like a 60-minute massage, like an hour long massage for like $60. Like, it's no frills, like it's not gonna be anything fancy, but like it gets the job done. And so I went and had a foot massage. You guys, when I tell you this Asian man, like, I would have got down on my knee and proposed to that man. That foot massage was so good. Like, my feet hurt so bad at the end of the day. Like, I have really tight heel muscles for some weird reason. Hey, Scarred. The gang is slowly pouring in. Like, you guys are really, I missed you guys. Like, I missed our hangouts. I have a few things that I want to talk about. I'm just going to wait a little while longer, and and then we'll get into that. But thank you, Scar. Does anyone have any plans for like the summer? Are you doing anything? I'm gonna go I'm gonna go home because I need to renew my driver's license, and I need to also I lost my passport and I haven't been able to renew it because my driver's license is expired. So I'm gonna go home and get my renew my driver's license, because I mean, I want to go to Puerto Rico, but I don't need a passport to go to Puerto Rico, but I still need to. I just want to update get a new passport. Because I've been thinking about doing a little bit of traveling. Oh, the drill, like Tanika, baby, the drills. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've got some comedic gold, if I do say so myself. Like, so I'm ready. We're about to get into this. I'll have so much more time to really get into creating content and doing like some lectures because I also want to address this mammy issue and male identified woman. So that'll probably be the next content, the next serious content that I do, but I am going to do a drill soon. So you don't have to worry about that. That is coming. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, well, you going to eat good when you go there? My sister went, I think my sister went to New Orleans and she loved it. Thank you. Thank you. Because I've been seeing some outrageous things, some outrageous things here in New York City. Totally random. But I bought a hooded dryer, like a cheap one, off of Amazon. I think it was less than $60. You guys, I love this thing. It is amazing. It is amazing. It makes wash day like so much easier cuz like I can't really diffuse my hair. Like I just can never get it right. Thank you, Tanika. So like with the hooded dryer, it makes it just so much easier. 30 minutes under the dryer and I'm good to go. Yes, Scar, because it's this natural hair girl that I follow on Instagram and her curls always just look so luscious. And I was like, how does she get her curls? I was like, what cream is she using or something? And she was like, all she uses is aloe gel and sits underneath the hooded dryer. And I immediately went out and bought one. And when I tell you, it's just like so much easier because I've never been able to get my hair correct with a diffuser. Like it's always frizzy. Exactly. I just sit right there. I do like I rotate between medium and like cold. So it's not like too much heat. Like I don't let it get completely dry, probably about 75% dry, and I'm good. Like that's all I need. It just makes it so much easier. Yes, Scar, try it. It's so much easier. It's so much easier. And I just feel like I get more longevity out of my I guess it's not really like a wash and go, but like on my wash days, like my curls just last. It seems to last way longer when I sit underneath the hooded dryer. Like they don't get as frizzy or fall as quickly. Okay, so what's been going on in the YouTube streets? Oh, I want to talk about the whole Jordan Neely thing because I don't know where you guys are, but like here in New York City, there's been like a lot of outrage, um, primarily like the social justice warriors and things of that nature. And there was a protest. It was downtown, and they were like all screaming for this man. and what have you. And I just think it's like it's really silly that I mean, because like the man put himself in that position in that predicament, right? Like he was acting crazy on the train. I guess they said there was witnesses saying that he said he didn't care if he died. Like it's just and then he had like 40 some odd arrests. Like what is it? I think I was reading, let me exit out of that. The New York Times article. Hold on, I want to share the screen. Let me show you guys the article. Okay, here it is. How two men's desperate paths crossed in a killing on the F train. Jordan Neely's mental health decline played out in public after his mother was strangled. Daniel Penny said he was protecting himself and others when he choked Mr. Neely. And you know what's crazy is like I feel like I've seen this dude near Times Square, which is it's very strange. But it says it was Monday afternoon and a 30-year-old man was ranting on the F train headed through Manhattan. He was a regular on the subway, once a gifted Michael Jackson impersonator, but he was also troubled. City workers have tried to help him for years. In this same car was a 24-year-old Marine veteran. After the military, he had dropped out of college, posting online about feeling completely unfulfilled, and now he was looking for a bartending job in the city. The man behaving erratically, Jordan Neely, was homeless. He shouted to others on the train that he was hungry, that he didn't care about returning to jail, that he was ready to die, witnesses said. What exactly happened over the next several minutes is unclear, but eventually the veteran, Daniel J. Penny, placed Mr. Neely in a chokehold, one similar to what he would have been taught in basic training, but with a crucial difference. He took him to the floor in a minute-long struggle that ended Mr. Neely's life and stirred outrage throughout the city. Their encounter, captured on video by another passenger, has once again revealed the deep faults in the way New Yorkers and Americans beyond view race, homelessness, crime, and how some people seem to be treated differently by the police. The veteran, Mr. Penny, who was white, was questioned by the police, but was not charged with a crime for killing Mr. Neely, who was black. Was this a citizen trying to stop someone from hurting others, or an overreaction to a common New York encounter with a person with mental illness? As investigators examined the moments before Mr. Neely's death, friends and family told of the slain man's sunny, upbeat demeanor and struggled after his mother's murder when he was a teenager. More recently, he seemed in the grip of serious mental illness and had occasional outbursts of violence. Less is known of Mr. Penny, who spent most of the last several years outside New York. On Friday, Mr. Penny's lawyer, Stephen M. Razor and Thomas A. Kenneth, released a statement. Mr. Neely began aggressively threatening Daniel Penny and other passengers. Daniel, with the help of others, acted to protect themselves until help arrived, it read. Daniel never intended to harm Mr. Neely and could not have foreseen his untimely death. Mr. Neely's childhood was abruptly derailed when he was 14. He lived with his mother, Christy Neely, and her boyfriend in an apartment in Bayonne. Reached earlier this week, his father declined to comment. In 2007, Miss Neely disappeared. Her body was found stuffed in a suitcase in the Bronx. She had been strangled. Her boyfriend was charged with the murder. And then, what's this? This is just, I guess, like some things that says what happened. 24-year-old Daniel Neely choked out, reactions, New Yorkers on a watch list for years before Neely was killed. The city had its eye on him. He was on a list informally known as the Top 50, a roster of homeless people at risk. The relationship had been crazy. Mr. Neely testified at the boyfriend's trial when he was 19, a fight every day. Mr. Neely attended Washington Irving High School in Manhattan, where classmates were aware of his loss. Perhaps to deflect from talking from the painful experience, he leaned into his childhood love of Michael Jackson, which by then had grown into a fine imitation. Everyone called him Michael Jackson, says Wilson Leon, 30, a classmate, the Michael Jackson of Washington Irving. He would become very passionate about dancing, Mr. Leon said. Very good behavior with teachers. But Mr. Neely dropped out, his family said this week. In later years, he turned up on social media, executing highly choreographed Jackson impersonations on the subway, dressed like a performer in his prime. Mr. Leon happened upon his old friends' performances, sometimes 42nd Street, sometimes the L train, he said. We would say hi to each other. Mr. Neely had others watching him, concerned for his safety. He was well known for years to the social work teams that reach out to homeless people in the subways and had hundreds of encounters with them. According to an employee of the Bowery Residents Committee, a nonprofit organization that does subway outreach for the city, Mr. Neely was on an outreach workers refer to as the Top 50 roster, a roster maintained by the city of the homeless people living on the street with whom officials consider more urgently in need of assistance and treatment. He was taken to hospitals numerous times, both voluntarily and involuntarily, said the employee, who spoke anonymously because they were not authorized to discuss his history. Mr. Neely racked up more than 36 arrests. Many were of the sort that people living on the street often accrue while homeless, like turnstile jumping or trespassing, but at least four were charges of punching people, 2 of them in the subway system. Apparently, outreach workers noted that Mr. Neely heavily used K2, the powerful, unpredictable synthetic marijuana. In July 2019, an outreach worker noticed that Mr. Neely had lost considerable weight and was sleeping upright. That's not fit. Okay, stop it. Around that time, he was reported to have banged on a booth agent's door and threatened to kill her, according to the worker's notes. Then he was gone. At some point, Mr. Neely became a client of an intensive mobile treatment team, one of the squads of mental health clinicians who minister to people in the streets and shelters. In March 2020, the team had Mr. Neely taken to Bellevue Hospital, where he was kept for a week, according to the homeless outreach records. It was not clear what contact the team had with him after. In March of 2021, Mr. Neely's aggression seemed to peak when he punched a 67-year-old woman in the street on the Lower East Side, the police said. The woman suffered facial injuries, including a broken nose, according to court documents. He was charged with assault, awaiting the resolution of his case, spent 15 months in jail, the police said, though his family said the stint was shorter. He pleaded guilty on February 9th of this year in a carefully planned strategy between city and his lawyers to allow him to get treatment and stay out of prison. Do you know what the goal is today? The judge, Ellen M. Bibbin, asked at the hearing. Yes, Mr. Neely replied. What is the goal? To make it physically and mentally to the program. He was to go to court. He was to go from court to live at the treatment facility in the Bronx and stay clean for 15 months. In return, the felony conviction would be reduced. He promised to take his medication and avoid drugs and not to leave the facility without permission. This is a wonderful opportunity to turn things around, and we're glad to give it to you, Mary Weisberger, a prosecutor, said. Thank you very much, Mr. Neely replied. But just 13 days later, he abandoned the facility. Judge Bibbin issued a warrant for his arrest. Girl, I could have told you he was lying. In March, an outreach worker saw him in the subway, neatly dressed, calm and subdued, and got him a ride to a shelter in the Bronx. The outreach worker typically do not check for arrest warrants when interacting with homeless people, but a downward spiral followed. On April 8th, when outreach workers approached him in a subway car at the end of the line in Coney Island, Mr. Neely urinated in front of them. When an outreach worker went to call the police, according to the worker's notes, Mr. Neely shouted, "Just wait until they get here. I've got something for you. You wait and see." Officers arrived and ejected Mr. Neely from the train, apparently unaware of the arrest warrant. An outreach worker noted that he was aggressive and incoherent. He could be a harm to others or himself if left untreated, the worker wrote. 3 weeks later, he was riding the F train in Soho for what would be the last time. Less is known about Mr. Penny's 6 years out of high school, 4 of them spent in the Marines. He attended high school in West Islip on the South Shore of Long Island and played lacrosse, the news site Gothamist reported. In the military, he received several ribbons and awards, common in peacetime activity, according to his military records, and was promoted to sergeant before leaving active duty in 2021. A person named Danny Penny with an identical military background posted on Harry.com, a website for those seeking work in the hospitality industry, that he had tried college, felt unfulfilled, and decided to drop out of school and backpack through Central America. He worked for several months until last May at a surf shop in North Carolina near the Marine base where he was last stationed, Camp Lejeune. He loves everything surfing related, says Sam Santinello, 19, who worked at the shop with Mr. Penny. He's a people person. He's a very easygoing person. Not a lot stresses him out. Mr. Penny posted on the hospitality site that he dreamed of bartending in Manhattan. During the travels, I rediscovered my love of interacting and connecting with people, he wrote. Being able to serve and connect with the most interesting and eccentric the world has to offer is what I believe I'm meant to do. More details will emerge describing the moments leading up to the chokehold on the train. But one thing's clear, the maneuver resembled one Mr. Penny almost certainly was taught in the Marines. These choking techniques, if applied properly, are a fast, safe way to knock out the enemy, a sergeant said in the article on the Marines website. New Marines are trained to apply a blood choke, which when done properly, cuts off blood and oxygen to the brain in as little as 8 seconds. But it's imperative in a blood choke not to squeeze the person's windpipe, which could lead to injury or worse, according to trading documents. On the F train on May 1st, Juan Alberto Vasquez, a freelance journalist, began recording video after Mr. Penny had placed Mr. Neely in a headlock. He later said that Mr. Neely had been yelling about being hungry and unafraid to die, but it's unclear if he had physically threatened anyone. It is also unclear whether Mr. Neely and Mr. Penny interacted before the encounter, but Mr. Penny and other riders on the train would not have known about Mr. Neely's history of arrests. Mr. Penny held Mr. Neely down. The restrained man thrashed and kicked for at least 2 minutes before becoming limp. 2 men hovered over the action, helping to pin Mr. Neely down. You don't have to catch a murder charge, another passenger can be heard saying on the video. You got a hell of a chokehold, man. It is unknown whether Mr. Penny was attempting the blood choke he learned a few years earlier. The moment Mr. Neely said should have lost consciousness after 8 seconds or so had long passed. One witness, Johnny Grima, said he entered the subway car while Mr. Penny was choking Mr. Neely, but Mr. Neely had stopped moving. When they let him go, Jordan's eyes were open, staring out into space, and he was limp, Mr. Grima, 38, a formerly homeless man who lives in the Bronx and did not know Mr. Neely. In the video, Mr. Penny lets go and stands up. Mr. Grima can be heard saying, "Don't leave him on his back, though, man. He might choke on his own spit if you put him on his back. Put him on his side." One of the men who have been holding Mr. Neely down complies with the request, rolling Mr. Neely on his side. While he does so, Mr. Penny fetches a baseball cap from under a subway seat, which he had apparently dropped in the struggle, and puts it back on. 600 miles away, Mr. Penny's surfing friend, Mr. Santinello, watched the video like countless others. He could only guess at Mr. Penny's mindset, knowing Danny and knowing his intentions. It was to help others around him. Subway riders and transit workers called for help. Paramedics took Mr. Neely to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. And then this is just, apparently there's a correction was made on May 7th. An earlier version of this article gave an incorrect date of an encounter between Jordan Neely and subway outreach workers. It occurred on April 8th, not on April 9th. And then there was another correction on May 12th. An earlier version of this article misstated the date of Mr. Neely's last encounter with the subway outreachers. Oh, yeah, I already said that. So, yeah. I don't think, hey, Black Widow Row, hey, Sharita. I don't think he's going to go to jail. I don't think so at all. And if it happened the way it went down, like, it's just, I mean, like, if you live in New York City, like, you've encountered these sorts of people that make, like, they get on the train, they make threats, they get in your face, like, they do all types of wild stuff. And he met the right one on the wrong day. Like, it's weird. And the fact that he had all these arrests, it's like he should have long been locked up. And they kept giving him chance after chance after chance. CB, they really do. They really, really do. Because it is a lot of mentally ill people on the train. Like, it seems like there was an uptick after COVID or something. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm used to seeing like crazy homeless people, but it's like it's an absurd amount now. They need to do something. They need to do something. And like I've been seeing all over online how a lot of people are like outraged about what happened to Jordan Neely. And it's just like we're going to ignore the fact that he had a history of being violent and mentally ill. And I don't know, like I saw a clip of his family, and it's like, come on, you guys can't come out of the woodworks now talking about he was a good boy and yada yada yada, but you kicked him out the house and he was living on the streets. Like you didn't even want him around. It really, to me, it looks like a cash grab. His family, like it looks like they think, oh, they can get some money, but it's just like, what money are you going to get from this lone citizen who's like a marine veteran, and he's like bartending? That man has no money. And it's not like they could sue the city. I mean, I don't think so. Or maybe they could say the outreach program was at fault. Like, I don't know. But and then I also saw like apparently Daniel Penny, like his GoFundMe is flooded. It's over $2 million. As of the 13th of May, it was well over $2 million. And then I think apparently, because I also looked up the online donations for Jordan Neely, and there's an article, and it was like apparently his donations lag while Daniel Penny receives millions. Apparently, Daniel Penny's his goal was 75,000, and he raised 150,000. So that's that. But yeah, I definitely do think that it was a money grab, and I think that his parents are trying to profit off of his death, because it's like in life you weren't trying to get him any help, and he wasn't living with you. Like he had been homeless for years. It's actually quite disgusting. But yeah. And what else? I think I read somewhere, isn't Courtney Taylor, isn't her trial isn't her trial starting soon? Hold on, let's see. Is it online? I'm seeing that his family is suing her. She probably not gonna get no time. Oh yeah, I mean his mother. Yeah, I think she was slaying. Yeah, so it is his extended family, which makes it even worse. But I think also, hey Miss Hurricane, hey Andrea, did I say hey to CB? I don't. Hey, if I didn't. Oh really? I mean, I feel that the fact that they're already coming out with like what is it? A civil, because it's civil, right? When you sue for like monetary damages, I believe. Like if they're coming out with a civil suit, then it's more than likely she's probably not the murder charge is probably not going to stick, and that's all they're going to be able to do to her. I mean, like, thank you, Andrea. I mean, I think if I was her lawyer, the way I would set up my entire defense, and I would use her OnlyFans um, to her benefit, right? Because I think it came out that he wasn't really making any money. So I would say that he was probably, you know, how would I code this? Like he was trafficking or whatever her on OnlyFans to make money. Like that's the best. Like she could say that, and that's what it would look like. And the fact that she was also, I think they said she was under the influence or had narcotics in her system. So she could do this whole thing like he had her strung out on OnlyFans, was abused, like, and these were just moments where she was raging out because of all the abuse he had put her through. Like, she's not going to jail. She's not going to jail. I don't think so at all. I don't think she's going to go to jail at all. And if she does go to jail, she's going to do it like a minuscule amount of time, a very minuscule amount of time. And if they don't go to that end, it's going to be like she's got some sort of mental health issues wrapped up in her drug abuse. And you already know how they view drug abuse in their community. It's a social health issue. So I just really don't. I really don't think. And I think also she could say the drug abuse works in her favor because the the way her personality, like how quickly her personality would change and she would go from loving to like this out and about racist, and she's probably going to have some way to combat the derogatory and racist remarks that she made. Like it's because I mean, they're going to be like, how was she racist while he was dating her? That like I don't think other like when they have non-black people on the on the jury, like I think that they'll think like, yeah, she can't be racist because she was dating him and he was there and he was tolerating all of this. Like so I just think I don't think so. I don't think she's gonna go to jail. Yeah. And then she could just say that these were moments in which she couldn't take his abuse anymore. Which is something, like, 'cause I don't know, like, I've seen on TikTok where they say, like, narcissists do things like this, like, they get you to the point where, like, you're completely flipping out, and then they're recording it, and they look like they're the victim, so who knows? I don't I don't think she's going to jail. I really don't. What is this? Is it? Do they have it? I think she's already going to court. Do you guys know if she's... Hold on, let's see what this is. Great. Somebody look crazy.
And prosecutors say fights were common in this.
Yo, look at this. Look at this lady.
The chief medical examiner of Miami-Dade County determined that Christian's cause of death was a stab to the chest. Christian was stabbed as the knife punctured the subclavian artery in his right chest.
It all happened following a fight at the couple's luxury apartment in Miami's upscale Edgewater neighborhood. And prosecutors say fights were common in this volatile relationship.
Evidence gathered during the investigation of Christian's death showed that since November of 2020, he and the defendant, Clenny, had been involved in an extremely tempestuous and combative relationship.
The prosecutor's office would later release text messages where Obumseli confronts Clenny for slashing him with a knife more than once. They also released secret audio recordings taken by the victim.
Don't touch me! What is going on? Like, what are you gonna get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you? No, Christian. Like, you're thinking I'm doing it on purpose? Drop your high pitch. Okay, I'm not doing it on purpose. You told Sahara, you know well, the right thing to do is to tell me. Yes, and I am so sorry. So shut up and let me slap you.
Officials say their apartment building management received so many complaints about their loud fights, they came close to being evicted. Building cameras captured this fight in February, just weeks before Obumseli was killed. Clenny's attorney notes that the elevator video does not depict the events leading up to the altercation, and in a statement said Obumseli was the abuser, the worst kind of abuser. He would manipulate and abuse Courtney in private when he thought nobody was around. Her attorney claims she was acting in self-defense after Obumseli attacked her. In his statement to Court TV, Frank Prieto states, "It is an absolute injustice to charge a victim of domestic violence and human trafficking with a crime." He went on to say, "We will vigorously defend Courtney and clear her of this unfounded and baseless charge." This body cam footage was taken the day before the stabbing.
Right now, like, I have not always been a victim, but like right now, I'm a freaking victim in the situation. I'm scared to go to the
All right, so what do you want?
I want to be like, I want to be like exonerated, I guess.
Like anything wrong?
And I want him, okay, let's start here. I want a restraining order against Christian Obumseli.
The OnlyFans star first rose to fame as a bodybuilder.
My name is Courtney Taylor, and I'm about 8 days out from my first show, the NPC West Coast Classic. And today we're going to hit some back and vice, so let's get started.
She soon became a social media celebrity with some 2 million followers on Instagram, where she frequently posted pictures of the man she's now accused of murdering.
This homicide has gained some notoriety since the defendant, Clenny, is an internet social media personality and influencer under the name of Courtney Taylor.
Now Clenny is finding that her fame has a downside.
Yeah, you should go, because you just killed your boyfriend. Yeah, you did.
And now there's also a civil suit to go along with the criminal charges that she's facing. And the attorney representing Christian Obumseli's family spoke with Julie Janae earlier. Take a listen.
In the civil trial, Ms. Clenny still needs to be held accountable. We know exactly what she did in this case. We have the evidence. We know she has assets. We know that her, in addition to the other defendants that we named, you have to be held accountable. And what the family is seeking here is justice. Justice both in the criminal sense and in the civil justice system as well. The Miami-Dade Police Department responded to this particular unit 8 times in the 3 or 4 months leading up to this incident. When when there's warnings that these tenants are being so loud and so disruptive that your neighbors from floors above, floors below, neighbors from the building across the street, when all of these people are complaining about domestic disputes, domestic violence occurring in this particular unit, you have to do something. You can't just bury your head in the sand. You can't just completely ignore these wordings that are coming to your fingertips.
All right, let's go back to our think tank. Ann Bremner, Rick King, Michael Sterling with us. Let's go around the horn here about this. Let's start with the civil suit. Ann, what do you think?
I think it's okay. I mean, I look at this and I think, you know, if that elevator video didn't exist, it might be a closer call in this case. But the fact, and also this, I love the DA. She's so good in terms of setting forth her case. So, you know, the clavicle, excuse me, wound, I mean, etc. It's a pretty straightforward case of a homicide. And like my mom always said, stay off social media. It just ends up in no good. You know, I mean, here she is with it all over social media, and everybody knows about their disputes and everything else. And now she's got notoriety, and she's, you know, Instagram famous for murder.
Rick King, former police lieutenant. Police were called 8 times. And within a few months, there were other incidents. Was there anything that anyone could have done at any moment here to prevent this?
You know, one of the things we always talked about in law enforcement was if somebody wants to kill somebody else, there's almost no way to really prevent it, especially in the domestic violence, you know, scenario. I think that they have their claim for wrongful death has merit. I don't know that you have a negligent security aspect to it. I just think it's more difficult when you have 2 people living in a house behind closed doors for some security of the building to now have intervened and been able to prevent this from happening.
Michael Sterling, you know, we covered a very toxic relationship when we were talking about Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and what they went through. This goes to the next level because she ends up stabbing, and well, she stabbed him more than once, actually. There was another incident where she stabbed him, but then the second time stabbed and killed him. What are your thoughts about how this all happened?
I mean, I just think it's a terrible tragedy. I think her lawyer's taking the wrong approach. I mean, he's completely unsympathetic to the fact that a family lost their son, their brother, their loved one. So he has the way he's just sort of come out has been completely unsympathetic. You know, typically you want to at least make that acknowledgement and then say this, and talk about how this tragedy was unfortunate, even if your client did exercise self-defense. But I think that, I agree with Ann, that elevator video. And again, to believe her lawyer is to believe that somehow he knew the video was taping and showing. Like, most people don't think about that consciously. You step into an elevator, there's video showing. And so you capture in real time when they don't know they're being recorded exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm be interested to see how they attempt to plan that she's the victim of trafficking. She's the one with the millions of dollars, and it was her account, everything else. We shall see. Think Tank, stay with us.
Oh, yeah, that's that. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think she's going to do, because I think the end of her trial is coming up soon. I might do some content on it. I don't know, because apparently there's a 3-hour long Law and Order. There's a 3.5, almost 4-hour long live stream of her hearing. I might watch that and do some content. I don't know. Depends on how I feel. But I don't think she's going to do no hard time. I don't think so. I don't think she's going to do it. And especially if it was her calling the police more than it was him, I wonder who was calling the cops. Because it doesn't really seem like he would have been calling. I feel like it would have been more so her calling the police. So if so, that's also going to work in her favor. And the fact that he said, yeah, and now I'm rethinking that whole trafficking thing, because if all the money was in an account only under her name, who knows? I don't know how our lawyer's going to swing that one. I might just watch it now because I'm interested to know. Yeah. That's crazy. And if I remember correctly, I think they said that in one of his text messages or the correspondence between the two of them, like he had said that he thought she was going to unalive him, which is crazy. Like she was that violent. And he continued to stay. That's some deep self-hate, like, and it makes you wonder, like, how many Black men are in these sorts of relationships where they're being abused. And I wonder if there's some sort of correlation between like abused Black men and the hate they project online towards Black women. Like, are the levels of anti-Black woman or the levels of misogynoir, do they increase the more abused a Black man? Yo, we can't be upset. We can't be upset. Black men getting beat up behind closed doors. That's why they're mad. It's like that situation. Like on a more serious note, it's like how studies show that like abused children go to school and then they bully children. Right? Because they can't take out that aggression on the parent that is, abusing them. So then they find someone weaker at school. Like that's sad. That's so sad. Come on, Black man. You too can leave a domestic violence situation. If you're in a snow bunny crisis, call 1-800-WHITE-ABUSE. We're here to help. Let me stop. Oh, Jesus. Y'all. You don't have to ignore me. I didn't have a little glass of wine and now I'm a little frazzled. Oh, there was something else. There was an article that, because if some of you were here at the last live stream, I told you that there was some research. Because I only had access to the abstracts online, which is just like a summary of the research. It's not the research in its entirety. So I reached out to this professor, and he wrote this. He did this. I'm waiting for him to get back to me. But hold on. I want to the article. It was like really, really interesting. Was it here? Where did I save it? No, that's not it. Was it here? Hold on 1 second. Oh, where did I put that article? Snow Bunny Crisis, you're funny. What is it called? Light. Oh, here it is. There we go. No, that's not it. Is it? Oh, that's it too. Okay. So these were the two articles. Some of the articles that I wanted to. Oh no, that's the wrong. What am I doing? Like I was saying, so this is some of the research that okay, so here I am. This is from the Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization. And this is volume 72. This is from October 2009. So ignore it because there's been updates. Anyway, so pretty much these researchers, they looked at the decline in marriage, right, for like the entirety of the Black population at the time. So they covered it. So the sample size, I think it's in the millions, right? So they take these millions of from the census, right? They're looking at the census and how the census was collected, the data, like the household data. And so they're taking this household data for Black people, for millions of Black people from, I think it was like pretty much at the end of miscegenation and to like, I guess, most 2009, right? Because that's when they first published it, from 2009. And so looking at the data, and then in certain instances, I guess they noticed that, I don't know how they got then they went on to get like descriptions of said households. Like I'm still waiting to get, because I don't know how he collected that data, because that's something I actually want to get into. But anyway, he noticed that the years across the marriage rates or whatever, that there was a pattern that as not only that Black people in its entirety were getting married less and less, but they also realized that women of a certain color were also getting married less and less. But there was an uptick in the marriages that were happening in the Black community. Oftentimes those women were of a lighter complexion, right? And this goes into it says, our theoretical analysis of the marriage market reveals that marriage promotion policies to increase the desire to marry on the part of young Black women will serve to exacerbate the importance attached to skin shade, right? So what Sin and others have been telling us about how marriage in the Black community, you know, and misogynoir and how colorism plays into all of that. And this man, like, they went into like great depth and detail. And like, so I just thought that would be interesting to go through like all of this data that was collected across the decades, the marriage data. So yeah, that was really interesting that someone went into such fine detail. So let's stop sharing that. And then there was oh, and then there was also this one that was this was done recently. And this Gina Chin lady, like, she does a lot of research on the role of gender, and primarily like how the role of gender, how gender and race like go hand in hand, right? And the different roles assigned to genders based on race. So her research is like really, really interesting. But hold on, I'll show you guys the article. Let's see. So this one, it's called Male Mammies, a social comparison perspective on how exaggeratedly overweight media portrayals of Medea, Rasputia, and Big Mama affect how Black women feel about themselves, right? And this was an in-depth interview with 36 Black women, ages 18 to 59, revealed that exaggeratedly overweight depictions of Black women portrayed by Black men dressed as Black women have a strong effect on their identities, right? And then if you are, because you guys can see the screen, and then you see like she's done work on the angry Black woman, the impact of pejorative stereotypes on psychotherapy with Black women. And it's also gone into, that's why I personally tell Black women, like, if you're going to seek out, if you're going to go to therapy, like, I advise you to go to a Black woman, because even like racial bias and racism, like, it can even impact your psychotherapy sessions. Like, it seeps into everything. And the lady, like, she did a bunch of research on where they sent in profiles, like an intake when you go to your therapist or whatever, and they ask you a bunch of questions. And they did these intakes, like these where you had to, I think it probably was like some multiple choice and some where you had to write. So the answers were identical, right? But the names were different. And they saw that therapists responded differently to people based on the names, even though the answers and responses were identical. So it was like, that's quite interesting. And also, because this is going to tie into, because I want to do my next content, like the next lecture style content that I'm going to do is going to be on the mammy and the male identified woman. And this lady, Rachel Alicia Griffin, it's called Pushing into Precious. And we all know Precious, the movie. And it's like Black women media representation and the glare of white supremacist capitalism and the patriarchal gaze. And that's going to tie into my whole mammy content that I'm going to do, because the mammy in and of itself was like a fictional character. Like, the mammy didn't exist. Like, it was just a means for the South to like rectify the abuse and trauma that Black women experienced during slavery after they lost the war, and things of that nature, to make it seem like Black women enjoyed being slaves. So, like, because the mammy really didn't exist during slave times. Because like the research that I did, and there's a professor that does like African American studies, and she wrote like this her dissertation on like the mammy trope, and I've read half of it. And through her research, from like reading her research and her dissertation, like mammies didn't really even exist during slavery. Like the women and the whole idea that like a lot of Black people believe that, like, you know, the skin shade, like light skinned people were in the house and dark skinned people were like out in the field. Like that didn't actually really exist. Like only the wealthy actually had like indoor slaves, and they were oftentimes biracial. And they were young. Like, because the mammy is like depicted as this middle-aged, big breast, big busted woman. But here's the kicker that really makes it even more sickening when you really think about what the mammy really signifies, because she represents an older Black woman. And the thing is most Black women during that time, less than 10% of Black women during that time lived to 40. So there was no, and oftentimes the also through the dissertation that I read, a lot of the women oftentimes were underweight, and like they were getting pregnant, and they were often like they were dying because these women were underweight. They were malnourished, but they were still being, you know, forced to have children. So it's like it's really sickening, like when you really get into the history behind like the mammy and what she's supposed to signify. And it was a means to rectify white men's abuse of Black women during slavery, because now you couldn't force slaves to work for you, right? So they knew that on the plantation that there was all of this, you know, this grape happening. And so they had to rectify that issue at the end of slavery and make it seem like, oh no, it was just, you know, the women were happy, they were yada, yada, yada. And so in doing so, that made white women feel safe, because now like they're hiring out Black women, because after the end of slavery, that's when you really see more Black women in the actual household. And so in order to rectify the, I guess I don't want to call it sexual tension, because that just doesn't seem right. But whatever you want to call it, that existed, that white men, you know, forced on Black women. So they had to basically desexualize Black women. And how better to do so than she being an obese, Black, nappy-headed, and all of these things, you know? So she was asexual. Like there's no way a fine white man would want a Black woman when he has the white ideal at home. Like that's all it was. It was to make white women safe and a means to rectify, you know, the insane and malicious sexual history that white men had with Black women. Oh yeah, I'll post it. I'll have to find it through my research. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. Jenny, can you leave me your email and then I'll send it to you? Because I have to send it through my my school email, and I just don't want to have that in the, you know, in the chat, because that's how I get access to it. Yeah, so, but yeah, like it's really interesting. Like once you really delve into like why the whole mammy was created, and like that memorabilia, because also around the end of emancipation, you see a boom in this production of like menstrual trinkets and things of that nature as a means for the South to hold on to, the good old times or whatever. So I really want to one day go to, I was saying that I keep saying I want to do it this summer. I want to go to the Jim Crow Museum. I think it's, for some reason, I think it's in Florida. I haven't looked it up recently. Oh, no. No, it's in Michigan. Why did I think it was in Florida? Hold on. Is this the one at Ferris State? Yeah, it is. They're expanding the museum, apparently. Yeah. So I want to go and see it. I've been to the museum in DC. That one's beautiful. Like, I feel like every Black person in America should go to that museum. I was kind of like, when you look at who's all on the board and a lot of the tour guides, but whatever. I was just happy to be somewhere, and it was just all about Black people. So it was a nice experience. But I was wondering, because with like some museums, I wasn't able to find, but then again, I didn't look too deeply because I was wondering, like, I know that it's, I believe, I can't remember because I went to the one in DC like a few years ago, if that was donations or if it was like required that you pay, because I can't remember how their pay system went. But anyway, I was wondering, like, because with some museums, like with the donations, like, yes, the donations are used to upkeep the museum and to pay people and this, that, and the third. But oftentimes, like, these museums have like huge grants and like benefactors and all these other sorts of things. I mean, I don't know the inner workings of it, but that's just like the basic knowledge that I have. So I was wondering, because like with other museums, like when they have leftover like proceeds, they typically donate or they do some sort of like outreach. And I was wondering, like, what does the Museum of was it the Museum of African American History? I wonder, like, what sort of outreach does that museum do? But I'm gonna look into it because now it's gonna bug me. Because like I wonder, like, what does the Jim Crow Museum, I wonder, do they have some sort of like, what are they doing? And oftentimes, like with a lot of this stuff, like a lot of this stuff is donated, which makes it even crazier that like people have all of this memorabilia just like chilling in their granny's, like, I don't know, what's some furniture in her bureau or something that old people have. That's just crazy. Because like they even have at the Jim Crow Museum, I knew at one point, and I think they might have been on Lend, which was like kind of crazy that someone had just like lent it out to them. But it was like ads, like newspaper articles, I guess, from back in the day, from when they would use Black babies as like alligator bait, and like the prices for like if you brought a baby based on how like much it weighed, like it was some real sick stuff, y'all. But apparently, like, that was just on Lend. Like, the museum didn't have it permanently. Because like I'm I used to get emails from the Jim Crow Museum, but I haven't in a long time. I don't know. I'll drop the link if anyone wants to come up and talk about anything. I just want to see what y'all was up to. There's not much. I'm not doing much of anything. The weather's like really bad. Yesterday I wanted to go and have Korean barbecue, but like every place we called was like an hour and 45-minute wait. And I was just like, whatever. I couldn't do that. So I ended up just eating a salad at home. I was so mad because I really wanted some Korean barbecue. Black Widow, Ro, are you still here? Was she here? Or did I just see that? I thought she was here. Maybe I was confused. I guess not. I guess she wasn't. Oh, hey, I done told you. And did I say hey to Janie D and Melissa? I couldn't remember. I cannot remember. So what's been going on? Like, you guys tell me what's been going on. Because like I've literally I put all of my YouTube subscriptions for like the sort of content that I was watching before. Like I paused all of them. And I've only really been listening to like watching videos on like deep work, which is just like self-help stuff and better time management, stuff like that. It's like my time management is trash, y'all. Like it's horrible. Like I'm always late. And it is such a horrible quality to have. Like all my clocks in my apartment are fast. But no matter how fast I make these clocks, like I'm still going to be late. Like I'm going to be late. Like I'm just like I can never make it to appointments on time. Like I just can't. No matter how hard I try. And I try hard, y'all. Like I try really, really hard. Like today but today really wasn't my fault. Well, I was off, so I laid in bed a little longer, then procrastinated a bit. So it was just like, getting my day jumps, like taking a shower and stuff just took a little bit longer than it should have. And then I got in a cab and it was just like, it was raining and and the traffic was really bad. And it just took me so much longer to get to where, like what should have normally taken me like 15 minutes turned into like 30, 45 minutes in a cab. And so like I told you guys earlier, I was so late that they had to cancel my appointment and push it back an hour. But I'm going to try to do better. I really am. I read that it's linked to anxiety. Yeah. And so is procrastination. You know what? And it's funny that you say that, CB, because I've been, I don't know if you know, what's this man's name? Because I've started doing that. I call it like my mental health walk, like every morning. Because typically, like there's a Starbucks near me. So in the mornings, like I typically get up and I'll go to Starbucks because I like to get a chai latte. I could probably make it at home, but like it just doesn't taste the same. So I just walk there and then I come back. And this neuroscientist on YouTube, I think everyone, like, you should watch this man. Like, his name is Nick Huberman. Like, I love this man's channel because I was having like really bad insomnia and I started doing like these neuroscience. Like, he hates calling them neuroscience hacks, but he calls them neuroscience hacks, and to help with my insomnia. And it has really, really improved my sleeping. And the whole, like, one of his like key proponents of like helping with your sleeping is like waking up in the morning and trying, like, depending on what time you wake up, like sometimes I wake up and the sun isn't up yet, but it's imperative that you, like, when you first wake up, that you get sunlight like in your eyes, not to say that you need to look directly into the sun, but like it helps to dump out the adenosine in your brain. Like the sunlight does something like through your ocular nerve, and it dumps the adenosine in your brain, and it gives you like a charge of serotonin and dopamine, which helps jumpstarts your day. And so it alleviates like the normal crash. And he also says that if you're someone who consumes like a caffeinated drink, you should wait like anywhere from like 30 to 60 minutes. So typically, like, I wake up and I'll wait. Also, as soon as you wake up, you should drink salt water. It's another one of his things. You have to watch the video. So you drink the salt water, and then I'll typically wait, and I walk to Starbucks and I get my chai latte. Then I start my day, and I try to do like just some simple like workout at home for like 30 minutes and then get in the shower. The hard part about his neural hacks is like getting my body used to taking cold showers. Like, that's one of the hardest things. Like, it's been so hard, like, because it says that the cold water therapy, at least you should be able to get up to like a minute. I have not been able to get up to a minute. Like, I'm ranging around 20. Like, on a good day, I can do like 35 seconds of like ice cold water, but on a bad day, I'm only doing 20. But the goal is to get up to like a minute, because it does something to like your central nervous system. And yeah, so you guys should check him out, like Nick Huberman. Like, this man changed my life. Like, I sleep so much better. But it's still, CB, it's still hard because like the water has to be very, very cold. It's not like, oh, this water it needs to be uncomfortably cold, like unbearably cold, like the equivalent of if you were to like take an ice bath, like it's sort of like what you're supposed to do, because this shock to your system early in the day, like it helps your body. It's supposed to, like, the shock to the system early in the day does something to like the central nervous system and like the synapses. Like, he explains, I'm not a neuroscientist, so don't get me to line. And apparently, like, it just like it lowers your cortisol levels. It helps with your circadian rhythm and all of these things, and your melatonin. What is it? Is it melatonin production? Also, yeah, the melatonin production. And I've never really been a morning person. Like, I'm not like, don't talk to me, even if I'm up at like 7 o'clock in the morning, don't talk to me till at least 11. Like, I'm brain dead till at least 11. And now, like, I can get up, I'm good to go, I'm recharged. And I really think it's this man's neural hacks. And also, I started, he didn't recommend this. Someone else that I follow, that's like into new age stuff, recommended grounding. I'm pretty sure all of you have heard of it, like, you know, being barefoot and having your feet in contact with the ground due to like the earth's electricity and conductivity, and you're absorbing that through your skin, and it like that also is supposed to like lower cortisol levels and inflammation in the body. And what they found, because like this is actually through scientific studies, is that they found that cultures that where well, actually, I guess I can tell you, like in the beginning, at the industrial boom, when people started wearing like rubberized soles and our bodies are cut off to the earth's conductivity, like they saw an increase in inflammation and autoimmune diseases across all cultures, right? And but what they noticed is that in cultures that wear natural fiber, like shoes made out of natural fibers, that these people don't have these high levels of cortisol and inflammation and a whole host of other diseases. And also they see less of these in cultures that have like a floor or ground culture, meaning like, you know, like Asian people where they sit on the ground, they sleep on the ground. So they're in contact with the ground at some point throughout the day. And so I bought a grounding mat. Like I sleep with one now. And also that has been a really big help with my inflammation. Like I wanted to tell Tequila, I'm going to actually have to remember to put that in the chat. Because I don't know if I should say, like, because I have lupus. I don't know. But anyway, I'm not going to put her business out there. But I mentioned that to her in the chat, because that would be like, that's really good for like the joints and inflammation of any kind. And if you have any like sleep issues, like it helps for a whole host of different issues. And my joints, like my joint pain, like I don't even have to take like, because I was taking like every once in a while, like I'd take some pain pills. Like I haven't had to take any pain pills in like a long time. Well, not a long time, probably about 3 weeks, because that's how long I've had the grounding mat, because it took forever to come in the mail. Yeah, like laying close to the ground is really good for you. It's really, really good. And the place that I bought my my grounding sheet from, because you can buy like I bought a whole sheet to cover my entire bed because I'm a wild sleeper, but you can actually buy one like that just covers for you if you like just want it on, if you sleep on one side of the bed. And it comes with like the test kit to make sure that your domicile or wherever you're living has like it's properly grounded. So the electricity has to be properly grounded, and most apartments, most buildings are properly grounded. Because even me, like the building that I live in, because like a lot of these like pre-war buildings are like mad old, and my building was properly grounded. But actually, I read that you still get the conductivity through cement. It's you can't get it through asphalt or like grass that's been like chemically treated. So even if like you were outside on your stoop and you just were barefoot, like you're connected to the conductivity of the earth, like even through cement. Because I was wondering about that as well. Hey, Queen. And hey, Chi. I don't know if I said hello to you. I'll drop the link if you want to come up, Queen. I'm not talking about much of anything. There we go. But yeah, and with the grounding kit that I bought, it came with like some free like grounding flip-flops. And so it has like the wire, like it has the strip down the bottom of the sole. So like I could wear those when I'm out. Like they look like some like regular old cheap flip-flops. It's nothing special, but it's got the grounding strip in them. And they were just like a freebie that came. So I'm gonna try them out once the weather's not so horrible. Yeah, you should go outside. Like if you're near somewhere where there's like where you could put like your feet on the ground or something like that. For at least the studies that on the website it's called earthing.com. Like that's the official website by like the actual man who discovered this science or whatever. In his research, he found that even so much as like from 15 to 30 minutes a day Like that will greatly reduce your cortisol, inflammation, and a host of other like free radical issues in your body. Girl, you better walk the miles. I hope you got some good insoles. Goodness. That's a lot of walking. Let's see. What else? What else has been going on? There's something else I wanted to. Oh, I've got some we've got some Dusty slam poetry. I've been writing a lot of poems lately. I'm in my poetic girl era. I've got a lot of funny poems that I've written. I'm sorry, y'all. I just dropped my phone. Let's see. My window open so y'all can hear it outside. But anyway, did you guys watch? I didn't get a chance to finish watching Cynthia's most recent video where the man was like in the hospital robe. I was like, oh my God. Like they have no shame. Like, and my thing is like, why aren't you more concerned with your health? Like, why are you on a dating TV show and you're in the hospital? Shouldn't you be more concerned with your health than trying to get a date? And my thing is like, what are you in the hospital for, sir? What we need to see those medical records. You girl, not a nurse with a in a purse. Sitting up there looking crazy. For all we know, that man could have a package. Hey, CP.
Hello.
Hey.
So yeah, I was just saying, I have been on a health kick myself and trying to, maintain a certain body weight, not for anyone, but just for myself and for health wise, because we get to a certain body weight for our height and we can become pre-diabetic. So I
Mm-hmm.
just didn't want to go into those health issues, especially with the supply chain issues and medicine. I'm hearing about the medicine shortage.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so much that we just got to do to just get back to nature. And then I also came across a video this week where they're putting, I don't know if y'all know anything about wood. It's called wood chips or wood something. I have to look back at the article. But they're putting wood, like wood chips, in our meat. So while we're sitting up eating the food, processed food, we're wondering why the food is sticking to us because they're actually adding stuff that makes it non-digestible.
Yeah. That's like years ago. Cause like I stopped buying pre-shredded cheese because that stuff has like wood filler in it as well. Like you should buy your
Oh,
own cheese and just grate it at home. Like I
wow.
buy just bricks and just grate it because like that
Yeah.
shredded cheese, like
Mhm.
it has fillers on it, and it's just like most of the food isn't real anymore.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely. None of it. And then I've been doing like I got off into like because I was using castor oil, but that doesn't taste so good. But what I've gotten off into is like called papaya. I don't know if y'all know much about that, but that stuff make you really just it cleans you. Papaya.
hmm
So I've been doing that, and then like I was going back to the walking, and with me just walking so much, it's caused because my body's not accustomed to the weight. So when I'm walking, my muscles are inflaming because it's like all this extra weight that I'm trying to walk with to try to get rid of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, just keep at your goals and you will get there. You know?
It's challenging. It's challenging. But like I said, I do it in increments. I don't do it all in one. Like you may think I'm doing 6 miles in one take. I wish I could, because then that would really help. But I just do it in increments because you know how they have us, they work us so hard and then we're sitting down most of the time while we're working.
Mm-hmm.
We care about you and your profession, but I work like from a desk.
Mm-hmm.
So I have an elliptical to kind of help me move my legs while I'm sitting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I've gotten off into Apple Fitness because they have some, and I didn't know this, but they have some really great health videos. Like they have where you can dance if you like dancing.
Mm-hmm.
They have kickboxing. I'm still learning the app because it's something new that I just discovered last week. So, and then they have meditations. I go to sleep on that, but I be meditating till when they stop meditating, I wake up. Yeah. So and then they have the core where you can just they have where they have an exercising 30-minute, 20-minute regimen that works specifically on your core. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a pretty cool, if you get like because I'm only on the subscription. Well, I'm not on subscription. I'm on like a 3-month free trial base. So if you can get that, definitely try it out because I'm looking at these women that are like 77 years old and they're looking like us at our age, and I'm like, I want to be like that. I don't want to be decrepit with a whole bunch of weight.
You say you want to be 70 and out there getting it, huh? Well, it's funny that you say that because I recently came across this black woman. I can't remember if it was on YouTube. There was like a video of her or like a
Mhm.
YouTube short or something. And when I tell you grandma was fine, like she was, I was like, ain't
You
no
look
way
like
this woman's,
her.
I was like, ain't no way this woman's 70. And she said she
Yeah.
didn't start working out until she was like 40. And I was like, okay, but you've always been this fine though. Because I was like,
Man,
she was out here
she
looking like
my
an entire silver
inspiration.
fox, looking like an entire silver fox.
She my
Like,
inspiration. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I got a screenshot of her name because she has shorts on YouTube too.
yeah,
So,
like I'm like, She got
mhm.
all the granddaddies going. She probably don't even date old men. Like, if she not married, I don't think if she not married, I know she not dating no men. I know she not.
Oh my
She's
goodness,
probably dating at least 50-year-olds.
I
I'd
don't
say
know.
she dating a 50-year-old. If she's not married, I think she date 50-year-olds because she not dating. I don't know too many 70-year-old men looking as good as her.
Mm. Yeah, she definitely became my inspiration. I was like, I got to get my 6 miles up to 12 miles.
Because I just started I just signed up for Pilates. Like, because I'm skinny, like I'm just trying to gain weight. Like I'm out here like a toothpick. So I'm about to get back in the gym and start weight training. But
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, so thank you for bringing up this topic because like I said, I thought I was alone, in this workout, you know,
Hmm.
mindset. But it seemed like that's just something everybody's getting into, like seriously. So,
Yeah. I mean, we as Black people, especially Black women, like we should prioritize our health because the medical system in America and I think also in Europe just doesn't care about Black women at all. Um, but I've also been seeing like an uptick in Black women becoming doulas and stuff like that. So
hmm.
that's really, and there's a Black woman, I randomly found her because I'd never actually heard of a death doula. But yeah, like she helps people at the end of their lives, like their crossover. And like she doesn't show like the like her actually like doing these sorts of things. Like they recreate it, and she basically, like, so I guess the person would probably be like in hospice care, or if they're at home, like she comes in and she basically creates like this very, very like peaceful environment for that person to like pass over in. And I was like, that's actually like very beautiful. Like I thought it was really, really beautiful. Because I mean, like most people, like death is a very like somber situation.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and it was like she set up so it was like this person like pretending like they were passing away, and it was like they actually have like a choir. Like it was like a group of people that like sung this person, like this pretend individual, like sung them until like, because I guess like this is more of like an end of life. Like this person has like not much longer to go. And so like, yeah. And I was just like, wow, can you imagine like people singing like these beautiful gospel tunes as you cross over? And like the lady was like, a lot of the people, it's also very comforting to like the relatives, I don't know how I got onto that, but and yeah, also because she was saying that like people who don't have families can like they can have this situation so they can be like surrounded by like love in those last moments. So like yeah, so for people who, because like elderly people who can't afford it, like she also took up donations. I wish I had I remembered her name, but yeah, it was like I was like, wow, I've never even heard of that. And I was just like, it's really beautiful. Yeah. So that's I know y'all know I'm all over the place.
Oh, you're fine. I've actually I witnessed my own father actually passing away, and it was just me and my grandmother and the hospice lady.
Mhm.
And when he was passing away, he had my grandmother, which was his mother, had my grandmother to cook him some eggs. And the hospice, she knew he was passing. I didn't know, but she knew, and she told her not to cook the eggs. And as I actually witnessed him passing from his body, like, cause it's one of those, I don't know if y'all have seen someone die, but basically it's like their body, as their spirit is leaving their body, you don't see the spirit leaving, but they get really, really cold to touch. Like when you're touching them, they're not warm, they're really, really cold to touch as they're passing. So I've
Mhm.
actually witnessed my own father taking his last few breaths, leaving his body. So yeah, that's just from a personal note.
I watched this because like I was saying, like I started watching like a lot of different stuff when I stepped away from YouTube. There's a white lady. I find her content real, and she's like it's called the hospice care nurse. And like she just goes through like all of these sorts of things like at the end stages of life that people go through, and like that may be strange to like the family members, but she's like she's seen it like so many times. And like these nurses know, like she was like, I know like exactly when a person's like when they have a few hours left. She's like, I've been in this job for so long, like you can tell when a person's getting ready to pass over.
Yeah.
Oh, you watch her?
No, no,
Oh,
no.
no, I'm talking to Scarred in the content in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, I don't see the chat.
Mm, yeah. So, do you have? You got anything? Did I ask this already? You got anything planned for summer, or just working and stuff?
Mm, well, I'm kind of like on the whim type person. I don't really plan. More so, I just kind of go as things flow. Be spontaneous. That's kind of how I'm trying to maintain my youth. Spontaneous. And it has really worked because it's like it removes the disappointments
Mm-hmm.
that you may get, especially when you have high expectations on something. And then two, when I just spontaneously do stuff, it's it's more of like an adrenaline rush, I would say.
Mm. Good night, CB. Mm-hmm. I like that.
Hey, good evening, ladies.
Hey, Queen.
Congratulations, sis.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm so proud of you, okay? You be out here getting degrees for me, for everybody. You get a degree. You get a degree. You get a degree, okay? I'm so proud of you. How are you, sis?
I'm good. I'm good. I kind of got a cold. Like the weather has been, you know what the weather's been giving here? It's been giving London. Like, and
Okay.
it's like, it's trash. It's like the weather's trash.
Yeah, over the last like 2, 3 weeks, maybe a month now, probably a bit more than that. My allergies and Madam's allergies have been absolutely crazy. So I've had to be dealing with this like on off sinus because of like, dust from the construction site, which ain't done. But just from the atmosphere and everything that's going on with the pollen and stuff. So yeah, I get it.
And like the weather's just been like so bipolar. Like one day it's hot, then it's cold, and it's raining, and then you need to have on a winter coat, and then you got on shorts. It's just like, what's going on?
Having to carry like a backpack with like a coat in it, but then a transferable raincoat and shit. I get it, man. It's just like, please, can you just make your mind up, please? Can you just show your ass consistently over here? We did get a nice day today, but as like over the last 2 days, the neighbors have been cutting the grass. It's just been like, oh no, please, no, save me from my allergies. I can't take it no more.
Like yesterday was okay. It was a okay day, right? It was a little chilly. It was chilly, like, but it was doable. And then today it was just like, it was horrible. It was cold. It was pouring rain. It was windy. It was just everything all at once.
It's just too much.
It was too much.
It's just like make up
And
your
it's
mind.
like, it's almost June. It should be sweltering in New York City.
And it's not?
It's not.
Oh my gosh. I'm actually surprised.
Like some days I still need to have on like a winter coat. Like or at least a puffer vest. You gotta have on something. Like you can't.
Well, this is the thing.
You need to have on a sweater and like something. It's just cold out here. It's ridiculous.
But yesterday was a really nice day. It wasn't out early, but towards the evening when I went for a walk and then went into like the city near me, the weather was still really, really nice and really, really warm. I was like, oh, can we just get consistent now? Because it'll do like one day of like decent sun or like just about adequate. But it's like, as black people, we need our vitamin D. Well, me natural vitamin D. But then it's just like, we'll get the one day that's like just about adequate, and then the next day it'll be raining, it'll be storming, something. I'm just like, no, can we just remember it's like, it's May, we're not far from June now. Can we just like settle into like a routine?
Oh, it's burning in Texas, Scarred. Girl, I'm gonna be a what do they call people who live in a Texan? Why did I almost forget that? Listen, a Texan. I'm moving to Texas soon. Soon, girl. We're gonna be neighbors. As soon as I move to Texas, I'm gonna get me a cowboy hat and a shotgun.
Lord have mercy. Texas better look at
that order.
Hey, everybody in the chat. Hey, Scarred. What on, girl? Okay. Listen, I set my alarm. Because it was like just before I was about to go live for this Journey's Passport, I was so tired. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a nap. So I set my alarm for like 3 hours from now so I can have a nap. And then as I was just logging out, then your notice from the community wall came up. So I was like, yay! So I set the notification. Then I was like, okay, hey Siri, set the alarm for 2 a.m. And then my ass has been knocked out for the last how many hours. And then I like woke up like 5 minutes before you saw a message in the chat. And I was like, damn, I've been out heavy. And I was like, oh my gosh, the ladies have been going for an hour and some minutes. Let me find out what one. I want me miss.
Yeah.
But what you were saying, sis, was really interesting in regards to the black doulas and stuff. Because
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember, there was something that we was reading recently. And I don't know if it was to do with Goldman Sachs or something else. But there's been this black doulas directory set up in
Yeah.
conjunction with Dove, I think it is. I think that's absolutely like a wonderful, necessary thing with everything that's going on with black women's health.
I've been seeing like an uptick in like black doulas all over online. And I'm just like, that's good to see.
Yeah, they're doing they've been doing like this campaign apparently to get more ladies to come into the service and stuff. And I do think with everything that's going on with the mortality and issues just during pregnancy, just during labor, because of the way that midwifery is taught about black women and pain and stuff like that. Because over this last how many years, we're still hearing the same sort of foolishness when it comes to how black women's pain threshold is different to white women's pain threshold, and just all the issues that women are still are having when it comes to getting good, decent, quality care and service. So I do think it's a wonderful thing that there's more doulas coming in. It was interesting to have a click and look. I think it was like within the last couple of months on the actual directory that they've set up. It was really interesting seeing all the different profiles, different ladies all over the States, that can put their profiles up and, just their specialist areas and stuff. So I definitely think it's a wonderful thing. And then on the death doulas, I have heard of that in certain cultures, but I wasn't sure if it was practiced anymore because, we move on with societies and sometimes
Mhm.
some traditions get carried forward and some traditions get left behind.
Yeah, I had never heard of it before
Mm.
seeing that black woman. I was like, oh wow.
Yeah, some years ago, I suppose it was the same thing that we used to do in our culture, but it was more like when you knew somebody was close to the end, there'd be certain people from the church. Um, I grew up originally, I think it was like Pentecostal Baptist, and what they used to do was call the pastor around to sort of do like the last rites, but sometimes there'd be a couple other people from the choir and the church mother and stuff like that, and they would sing hymns around the bedside and stuff, and
Mhm.
prayers, and do the Pentecostal version of the last rites until the person sort of passed on. But it's not something that I've seen like as much over the really and truly the last decade. I think in some parts of the Caribbean it's still practiced in different ways. Um, this is gonna sound really, really bad, but when I was little, there were these three ladies in it, and they used to call them like the basically like the bitches of Eastwick, but they were basically like known as like these the Death Supremes. God, it sounds bad. But basically that's what they used to do in it, is do this sort of like death doodlery, but also they'd be the person that kind of like back in the day it used to be a thing of like a boy or girl that would go down the road with a bell sometimes, or singing to notify those in the area that somebody had passed on in it, or they'd carry around a picture and sing and stuff like that. But those women have sort of carried forth the tradition in a certain ways. But I never
Mm.
used to get it what people used to call them the bitches of Eastwick and Death Supremes and stuff. But yeah, they had an absolutely beautiful voice. And there used to be like old Negro spirituals in there that sing, people over to the other side and stuff. Used to be a
Mm.
big thing. But like I said, I don't hear as much of it these days, so I didn't know if it was something that was still going in other traditions.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that too, Scarred. A lot of black women doing home births.
Can't say that I blame them. I originally wanted to do a home birth when it came to Madam, but it was just unrealistic towards the end, no understanding that sometimes the complications that black women deal with, as well as the complications in my family. So I chose like the birthing pool, this beautiful new birthing pool at the time at the hospital, and like for a period of time I was able to do that until there was more sort of like complications hours later within the pregnancy and going into the labor. But if you can do it, you know what I mean, and just have people on call. I suppose everybody's situation is different with that. Do you get what I mean? But it can be a wonderful, beautiful experience to have a home birth and be in your own surroundings. And I'm one that I don't really like hospitals, so it's just like, yeah, give me the home birth, please, please. If I can have my baby at home and be safe and sound, and I have to deal with hospitals and people wanting to juck me up and clinical smells and all that, then let's do it. But unfortunately, wasn't able to do it. But I've seen some beautiful home births in the past that have been really, really lovely and special.
Yeah, I've seen some that were like really, really beautiful, and they had the room all decorated, and yeah, it was just like, oh wow.
Yeah, it could be such an experience. So give me the rundown, sis. What's the plan moving forward and thing? Now that you've graduated, what have we got to look forward to?
So there's gonna be like a lot of new content, some consistency. You've got consistency. But like I was saying earlier, there was some research. I don't know when you came in, but I think I was talking about that much earlier in the live stream. There's some research that I wanted to, like I had mentioned in the last live stream that I reached out to a researcher. I'm still waiting. Like me and him have been, he just replied back to me. I'm going to reply back because there's like several articles that he's written or she's written that I want access to beyond the contract without having to pay like the $50 to download. And most researchers just send you their stuff because they're actually, most of you're not paid when you're
a researcher.
Yeah, you're not paid when you're when you get printed in like a scholarly journal. Like, so oftentimes they'll just give out the research for free. And so, what was I saying? There was, I deleted, but there was like some research that I want to bring to the channel. So that's what I was talking about. And then I also, I've been writing like a lot of, I told them I was going to bring back the Dusty Poetry Slam. Like I've been writing a lot of like poems, a lot of fun, a lot of funny poems about nakers and just things of that nature. But the recent content that I'm going to bring is, I want to do some content on the mammy and the male identified woman. And also because I myself personally, I've used the term mammy as a descriptor for a certain type of Black woman, or not certain, I'd say a Black woman engaging in a certain type of behavior.
Yeah.
Also, like once I've done the research on like the mammy trope, like in-depth research beyond just like, you know, like most of what we know about the mammy, like I actually believe that we as Black women, like my own personal, I don't think we should actually use that term. Now that I've actually done the research and got a greater understanding and read this, well, I haven't read her full dissertation, but I read half of her dissertation on like the mammy trope and like what it came out and like how it was brought about and like how it benefits white patriarchy and all this sorts of things. Like I really don't, my understanding of what like the mammy and its historical context, what it was supposed to mean, like there's never been there's never been a mammy. Like mammy is a fictional concept. There's been like the mammy doesn't exist, not in its historical context. Like it's never really existed. And so
What do you mean it's never? I'm a bit confused. What do you mean it's never
Like,
existed?
so the whole idea that there was this, okay, so the mammy is supposed to represent a middle-aged, obese, fat, black, ugly black woman, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the mammy trope was created, right?
True.
That black woman never existed because, based on the research that I've done and the dissertations that I've read, and like the historical research, black women didn't live to be middle aged.
True.
Like less than
When you think
10% of
about it.
black women live to be 40. So the guys that there was some fat black woman, fat, jovial black woman during slavery, like she didn't exist. And more often, the whole idea that there was a separation of like, oh, light skin and blacks and dark skinned slaves, like that actually never really existed. Like the slaves that were in the house were more often mulatto. And they're often listed as being mulatto. And it was a young mulatto girl, oftentimes very thin. And she was met with like a lot of sexual aggression, right?
Mhm.
And oftentimes she didn't make it out of her 20s. Right. And so this idea that the mammy was actually created at the end of slavery as a means to repair the sort of like the violent sexual history that white men and black women had, right? And also to make white women feel safe, because now with the end of slavery, you can't force the mulatto girl to be in your house anymore, right? And so oftentimes they had to hire in, like they were hiring in black women to work. And so this depiction of a fat, black, ugly, asexual black woman was created to not only make white women feel safe, but as a depiction of how black women were happy during slavery, right? So not only did it benefit white womanhood, but it benefited white Southern patriarchy, right? Because it glossed over this history of sexual aggression, because no good Southern white man would want this hideous figure of a black woman when you have this white ideal in the home, right? And so the creation of the mammy was a means to rectify this situation, because now there's a need for black women to be in the house, because then we see the uptick of black women doing, like, being hired out as cooks and maids and things of that nature, and caretakers, more so now, during this period after the emancipation. So the whole trope, like the mammy, she never really existed. Like it's all fictional. So, and it was supposed to represent this cohesive relationship that existed between white people and black women during slavery. So, based on my understanding and like the research that I've done, like the mammy never really existed. It was a figment of white Southern slavers' imagination. And then we also see an uptick, like this depiction, like this, we see like the mammy's like physical depiction. There's an uptick in menstrual trinkets and memorabilia. Like now we're seeing this trope being mass marketed after the emancipation. So I really think that what the mammy is supposed to signify, like, it doesn't exist. And so I just really don't think that it's I'd rather us use the term like male identified woman, because I feel like mammy is a slap in the face. Using that term is a slap in the face to black people's like their female ancestors, because those women did not exist, and it was a means to make white people feel comfortable. So that's just my take on it. Like, well, I don't think we should be calling Black women mammies. Like, I just think a better fitting term is male identified.
Yeah, it's interesting you should say that. I just wanted to know sort of like what your theory was behind it. Not that I was, you know,
No, 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 I
prejudging
know.
or anything like that.
No, I
But
know.
I do remember vaguely some content that Goat did to do with the history. I don't remember all of it now. You know me and my dyslexic brain. It's one of those things I'll have to sit down and watch a few times before it really settles into my long-term memory banks. But I remember him talking about the Civil War that took place and how in different ways they utilized the quote-unquote mammy figure during that period of time. I have a vague recollection to do with the
Yeah, yeah.
statue
I
with
don't. There was a.
go ahead.
I know, like I know that Tansbro. I didn't remember any. I don't know if there was anything about a statue that I don't recall, but it might have been because I don't remember all the stuff that I've seen. But like, yeah, Taz did. He did some history on the mammy, and that made me want to do like an even deeper dive. And then like I just started finding like all of this research on like the mammy trope, and this lady wrote an entire dissertation on it. I've only been able to get like halfway through it. It's like 112 pages. So I've read like 49, and it's just like the things that I've read are just mind-blowing. So because I think Janie, she asked me for a link, and I was telling her to like drop her send me an email, because then I could send her the link through my because it's through my school, and I didn't want to just leave it in the chat because then anybody would be able to access it. I think anybody would be able to access it through that link, through my school link, and I don't need y'all knowing all my school information. But yeah, like that was just, I just think that using the term male identified woman is just like better terminology in my mind. But I mean, I can't force anyone to use, any words that they want. Like you're free to use vocabulary however you choose.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like a better suiting, like based on like the historical context of it all, and then to be throwing around, because I can't deny, like I've engaged in it as well, like to be throwing around such a derogatory word, and for me personally, like me wanting to be a better, I don't know how this, like what I feel is a better Black woman, and to be a better Black woman to other Black women. So like I'm just trying to get away, like although I'm not saying like you should definitely shame the behavior, but I just want to get away from the aiming derogatory language towards Black women.
Yeah.
Like I'm not against shaming the behavior and using proper terminology, but I don't want to be degrading in any way towards Black women. Like that's just something like I'm trying to get away from in its entirety, like personally for myself. So that's
I
just,
can understand that.
yeah.
I can definitely understand that. I do think you make a good point there. I have wondered over this last sort of year with everything, because as Black people we tend to be very creative with language and new slang and new verbiage and stuff like that, or even taking things of old and trying to give new definition and meaning to it. Words become saturated, and just like you've got the case with narcissism, which I think is very prevalent today. Sometimes you see that word sometimes getting overused in different ways. Definitely on the male identified side of things, I do think that it's important to point out that I do like it's been interesting in the past couple of years being on this side of the space in terms of
It's so
learning
funny.
everybody's.
I don't want to interrupt you, but like I
Go ahead.
always love talking to you because it's like it's almost like the universe. Like when I've watched something, and then like you just casually bring it up like in a conversation, and it just always blows my mind because like how you were talking about narcissism. There's a psychologist that I like to watch. It's a Dr. Sage.
Oh yes, I like her. Are you talking about Kim Sage? Is it the woman one or the
Yeah,
guy that
she's
you're talking
blonde.
about? Yeah. Her.
Like, yeah,
I
she's a
enjoy her.
pretty middle-aged white woman, blonde. Yeah.
Mhm.
I like watching her, and she was also talking about how this oversaturation when people talking about narcissism, when it can be like a whole host of other like comorbid personality behavior traits that are actually going on, but people are like so laser focused on narcissism.
Right now, yeah. I do enjoy Dr. Kim Sage and Caroline Leaf. I think she's very good with the neurosurgery and the neuroscience. And I've been learning a lot in terms of development of, trying to, the things that she does around the brain and how to retrain the brain and stuff like that. I think they're really, really intelligent in terms of their research and, the different things that they're delving into right now on some of the like self-care streams and stuff.
Mhm.
Or sometimes, I'll be watching their YouTube channels. It's been really interesting learning about there was one time you gave me, well, there's a number of times, you've pointed me in different directions with research and stuff like that. But I found it really interesting looking into what you were saying about black women and depression and having a look at that study, as well as it led me down the avenue. God, where did it lead me? Oh, it led me down another avenue when it came to the whole, conversations around women being fit, feminine, friendly, and submissive, and then researching and finding out that the whole submission thing is a trauma response. And Dr. Sage, she's got some really interesting videos around PTSD, different forms of it, submission being a trauma response, and the different responses, fawning and everything else. It's been really interesting going through her series around that and finding out how different women and different cultures respond to that oppressive, submissive trigger response.
And I agree with you, Scar, what you're saying that having the traits that describes a mammy today is degrading to one's. I guess if you're using like the black people's modern like understanding or like the modern definition of it, like yeah, but even still, like I don't know, like I just want to get away from, like I'm not against shaming the behavior, but like calling someone a mammy and then me like fully understanding like its historical context, I just feel uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable to do so now.
Well, I would say for the most part, I'm happy you are choosing the more positive route because
I wouldn't call it a more positive route. Like I'm just not like the name calling. Like that's what I'm gonna, because I'm still going to shame the behavior. Like I'm not going to not ridicule the behavior. I'm just no longer going to attach like the degrading nomenclature to it anymore, because like I just don't feel like that. Like that's just not how. And some people might think that I'm trying to handle black women with kid gloves. It's just not. Like I just feel like black women just need, I don't know. I just feel like I just need to be softer. And
And there's nothing wrong with making that decision for yourself. You're entitled to. And grace, essentially giving black women grace,
Yeah. And yeah, it's exactly the same thing, Scar, like how, because I don't use the N word either. Sometimes I might slip up and do it, like in casual conversations with like my very close friends, but it's very more so like not like me calling them, like it's just like, I don't know, it's more to like a sarcastic sort of thing. But yeah, like I don't in my day to day, like I don't use the N word, and I don't like how people use it casually, like just throw it around all willy nilly. It's for me, it's disgusting. And like, yeah, so like it's just exactly the same thing.
But what I was thinking along the lines of the Black community, we have inherited a mean culture. And
Yeah.
and so that's why I was just saying a more positive vibe. Not saying that you were going to, endorse the behavior, no. But I'm just saying because we have inherited like a mean culture. And even I'm still working out trauma from my childhood and why I attract why do I attract to mean men? Because of the trauma that I've endured as a child. So yeah, I wholeheartedly applaud you for the direction you're taking. And I definitely look forward to
I'm
content.
sorry for the trauma that you experienced. I'm sorry that you had to experience that.
But I'm just saying because we have a mean culture, it
Mhm.
starts like when we are children. I mean, that's just how bad it is. It doesn't start in our adulthood.
Yeah.
Everything that's going out on YouTube started with these men and women being, children.
And
You
I'm
know,
glad that you pointed that out because like are you I don't are you Black American?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm FBA or ADOS
Yeah.
or whatever. I'm I'm part of the ancestry tribe.
Yeah.
So
Like I'm Haitian American, but like I consider myself Black American because I was born here, and I know some people get like sticky with like the titles or whatever. But and I think like even in my culture and like even in like when I have like my African friends, like there's a like this weird that there's like this meanness that's like sort of in all of our cultures throughout the diaspora. Like how I don't know about y'all, like in Haitians, like we don't never compliment each other. Or instead, like you'll say something like along the lines of like, where you going? Like instead of just being like, oh, you look nice. It's very like, it's almost like we're too afraid to show affection.
it's
It's very
sarcasm.
strange.
Hmm.
Cause like, I don't know, like praise wasn't something that like I was used to growing up, even though I did well. It was just more so like it was expected. And so like I like well my sister, like how her and how she raises like my niece, like just being a lot more affectionate and praising like that goes a lot in the long run for an individual's self-esteem, especially like through adolescence into adulthood. Like so I'm just trying to give Black women a lot more grace. And because I have noticed that, and I'm not like pointing fingers at anyone, and this is just so I'm just across a lot of the content that I've watched and that I've partaken in. Because don't get me wrong, like I used to be in those chats, like dragging people, and because you get caught up in that energy, and I'm not trying to not take accountability for my actions because I'm an adult. Like I engaged in those behaviors. Like, okay, I'm at home. Like this really isn't, you can't really call this peer pressure. I guess it could be like pure social peer pressure, but whatever. So and I just no longer want to be a part of that. Um So like I'm stepping away from that because I noticed that in a lot of the content that I was consuming, that although these women are giving Black women what I consider valuable truths, sometimes the delivery and the way they may address women in the chat, I feel like it can be very Like it can be, it's just a little bit too brisk for me. And so I just don't want to be that type of content creator. Like I don't want that to I want this to actually be like a real safe space, you know? And I'm not saying that those other Black women, because like I don't know if they've ever considered their platforms a safe space for Black women, or if they're just, creating content. But like the purpose of my space is for it to be a safe space. So yeah, so I'm just like, I still support those women, and that I'm no longer going to like, engage in like drilling drilling Black women so haphazardly online. Like I just don't like the way that has made me feel. And sometimes like when I go back and I've watched like a live stream from like a few months ago, and I'm like, yeah, the comment was funny, but like, was it necessary? Like, did I actually have to say? And I've never actually gone so far as to like make comments about like how Black women look or anything like that. But it's just like that negative energy that I exerted in that comment, that although it was funny, it was just like, I don't know, like now looking back on it, like it just makes me feel uncomfortable. No.
I think at this point, says you live and you learn, and sometimes you can look back at the older versions of yourself and see the different things that you may have been dealing with mentally, emotionally, physically, in regards to the different situations that were going on. And I think there's other factors that you need to take into consideration in terms of, everything that everybody was dealing with. Now, on different levels, I agree with you in terms of the brusqueness. And I suppose I've just got to a point where it's like, for the last how long I've kind of been in my bubble, and I step out of my bubble and look at different things. And obviously, you ladies send me different things. And I review those kind of things. At the same time, I do think there needs to be a recentering of oneself in different ways, shapes, and forms. But at the same time, it's difficult depending on which area of, Black YouTube you are and what it is that you're seeing with the different things that are going on in the streets. So for me, although I turn around and say about giving Black women grace, on different levels, it depends for me, I suppose, what the circumstances are, what's going on at that point in time. Though I feel like with sort of like losing the two channels over the last year, it's been interesting setting up I Am My Grandmother's Rebellion, because it's also giving me the opportunity to sort of like, I'm re-uploading all the old content. And it's kind of like looking back at the older version of myself and what I was dealing with or going through then, and also the different elements of what was going on in the YouTube streets and being attacked, and people wanting to hang you from Congo Square and foolishness. So I've had to even in different elements give the past version of myself grace in some ways, because of where I was at with all the different things and the way that people were attacking me for different reasons. So in one sense, when it comes to the censorship, yes, there's been different elements where I feel like it's problematic. At the same time, I feel like it's in one sense helped me get to a other place quicker in terms of how I would have dealt with it probably myself. Just in terms of terminology, verbiage, on the level that I'd got to, which was outside of myself in some ways, though understandable. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah. Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Listen, it's Saturday night, Sunday morning. It's a chill thing. Okay.
Oh, here's Scott. Hey, Scott.
Hey, ladies.
Beautiful. Hey, sis.
How you doing? Hello.
I'm fine. How are you?
They are.
I'm all right. I'm good. Well, I was just coming up because I agree with you when you know, because I think I'm I'm guilty of that, especially when I'm in a goats chat. Like
Mhm.
it's when women come over. But I guess my biggest qualms with it is when they come over only to talk to men. And
Yeah.
it's like you had all of these ladies on the panel the whole time, and as soon as a man came up, it's like certain women would pop out, and it's just like, stop. So, but you're right, because I tend to like call them all kind of, yeah.
Like you, like I find myself, and it's just like, ah, yeah, you get caught up in the the drilling energy, and you just
Yeah.
sometimes it could just get you take you away. But yeah, I'm just like, but no, I also agree, like you were saying, Queen, about the situation, because like there's some black women out here that's just wilding. Like I saw some very cringe on was it Black Women ProtectBlackWomen.com, and like I it was the women, like they were dragging her, and she deserved it. Like everything that they were calling that woman, like she deserved it. I just like, I'm not, typically I might have engaged. I probably wouldn't have gone so far as to call her the things that they were calling her.
Okay.
But I was just like, yeah, I shame the behavior, but I'm just not going to, do that part anymore.
Yeah. There's other people like with the YouTube streets. Like I suppose like for me it's about going where the message resonates and where I
Mhm.
feel like I'm growing and evolving. But it's been interesting to say the least over this last year watching like the levels of extremism now. Because
Mhm.
it's like when I first came into the other parts of the space, more so me, like if you speak to my parents or the people that are around me, usually if some shit's popped off, they'll usually turn around to you and say, okay, what did you do to Queen? Because she's not usually like that. So they know the type of personality and chilled, laid back person that I am. Do you get what I'm saying? But even recently, having a conversation with my godfather, he'd seen certain things online, but then when he'd gone back and was watching some of the other stuff, he was like, oh, they're being that level of disrespectful to her. That's why she's popped off like that. So it's like other people that are around me get it. At the
Mhm.
same time, like you said, it just in terms of growing and evolving into where I am now. Like I said, it's just it's a case by case basis, dependent on the situation. But I'd say, like in general, whether it's women's space, you know me, in regards to the black women's safe space that I've got, I'm very, very protective of that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to continue to be protective of that. I think that's really and truly why it's been attacked the way it has, because it's about black women centering themselves, focusing on themselves. Do you get what I mean? And that
Yeah.
means that those emotional dust mites and nakers don't have control, and they don't have the attention that they're seeking in the way that they want it, and they don't want the message out there. So I get why that space specifically has been attacked. But in moving forward, I just want better overall for black women on different levels, and especially with staying out of toxic environments because,
Yeah.
just like the rise of the incelius and the spectrum that we've got on that side, we've now got a women's version of that, and it is getting a bit like questionable in these streets with some of the things that I've seen. So it's like, yeah. Ooh, child.
Because I've seen, like, it's one thing, because I probably might, like, and people can say whatever they want to about, like, the people, like the critics of my channel and what have you, but like I'm not out here doing just like making degrading vulgar videos like some people are, like, that they're making about black women. So I really don't, I don't know. It's just like, cause I like you said, I just feel like it's gotten way, way, way over the top. Like I'm seeing some crazy things being said online. And it's just like, how did y'all even get here?
You're right. And like Queen said, it's about what we're consuming. If you spend too much time listening, because I think a lot of us sometimes spend too much time in the clouds, even when it comes to like Manosphere, because I don't think that they're actually like bringing in that amount of people into their chats. I think it's also women that's in the clouds watching, so that's just my opinion. And I think that's what leads some women to like those divestment spots, because they get to the point where they hear that so much that they can't, that they don't realize that there is like an opposite side of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
No, I
That's why I'm careful about. Go ahead.
No, that's why I get you, because like once I had to like step away from all the content I was consuming, because it's like, even though you consume like a certain type of like Black woman empowerment, like YouTube will start suggesting like all this other stuff that really. And even though I'm not watching the videos, like I don't want to see this stuff pop up in my feed. Like I don't want to be even reading the titles of this stuff.
And YouTube has this new way where the video will just start playing, so it just automatically shows up in your watched videos. You know what I mean? And if and I guess it automatically just like includes it into your algorithm. And even like, I agree with Taz when he says don't even follow him around to these different platforms, because like if I've had different types of platforms pop up in my algorithm because of Taz, and literally he'll be on panels, like, and I'm like, oh my God, this is what he's telling us to stay away from, because this is, it creates that whole divestment space. I don't disagree that. I guess I understand why that space exists. I just don't agree with how over the top they can be. But I think we have to be careful with what we listen to, even when it comes to like anything, no matter what it is. I think we have to be careful with it, because it'll take you to a space that you don't need to be. Because I mean, I think that's, especially when it comes, like, I think that's the biggest problem with the Black community when it comes to even religion. Like, we've consumed so much of that we can't get out of where we're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
that's partially recently why, when I was doing the parts on the to do with what's recently happened with the F to the B to the I and the vocabulary and the language, and doing the research around like elements of the spectrum of incelism, there's a growing female section in that side of things that's opposite to the men's side of things. So it's worrying now with this rise in young ladies. You know what I mean? So I'm just cognizant now more so of that, and just in terms of just trying to create a more relaxing, recentered self-care, self-awareness. And I think everybody has to also remember as well, depending on where you are in your journey, depends on where you want to go or what avenues you want to take with the content. But I feel like, I'm trying to find a balance in getting the content previous. Like, in my mind, I'm in a completely different space to elements of the content that I'm doing, and there's certain elements of the relaxation and stuff like that I'm doing now, which is really and truly where I'm at. But because of losing the previous 2 channels, and just in terms of the new subscribers that weren't around at that period in time, and I understand they're going through their different element of their journey to where I am. Like, I've grieved over all of that. I've gone through those different processes, and I'm decentered really and truly in my real life and how I move forward. So there's parts of that I'm pushing more so to the forefront. But in terms of just obviously the back catalogue I had, and obviously the new research that's coming out, and the requests that I've had for ladies over some period of time, and just, even needing time sometimes myself to kind of step back and stuff like that, because I get what Scott is saying in regards to, and what you're saying when it comes to the algorithm, because I've noticed after, shout out to the GOAT for what he does, do you get what I mean? At the same time, anytime there's something that he does something around, afterwards all that stuff will start popping up on my home screen and my For You page, and I'm having to delete this, that, and the other, and say do not recommend channel.
Do not recommend. Do not
Do you get what I'm saying?
recommend.
And then sometimes I'll start a stream, and then, like you said, because it automatically plays, and sometimes I go and press the do not recommend channel or do not play, then I'm walking in, it feels like I've opened the door and dropped down some crazy version of the naked zone, and I'm watching
Yeah.
women being dragged out by security officers, and then I'm having to, just my reaction to seeing that kind of thing happening to women, I'm then having to drill, and I'm going off, and I'm having to reset, and that's not what I've come in the intention of doing streams with. Do you get what I mean? So even
Yeah.
me at the moment, I'm noticing on I am my grandmother's rebellion, because I'm doing more relaxation stuff. That's what's being shown to me. That's what's in my algorithm, the self-care, the self-love, the nature things that we've been watching, the live cameras. But when I go onto the Naked Zone or Queen Cascade Soul Charger at the moment, just all the shit that's popping up from the manholes and stuff, every day I'm having to delete, 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 and even just say, you know what? At the moment, let me step back a hot second, let me take a break, let me recharge my batteries and say, okay, I'll jump back into that at a later time, because even like doing the Black femicide content and all that sort of thing, there's been a number of months where I've had to just step back and like it's too overwhelming with having like constant notifications every day from different parts of the world about a Black woman being unalived, or a woman being unalived, or children being unalived, to the
Yeah.
point that sometimes I was in tears. Sometimes I'm here researching the stories and I'm just in floods of tears. I've got a few projects that I want to finish, but I needed to step away from it because it was just too much consuming it. So I think in terms of the direction that I'm going, it's still about being Black women centered, but at the same time, it will focus less on the toxicity, because I want to pull women away from that, not in terms of forcing them, but understanding that I'm in a different place on my journey, and I understand you're in, different places at the same time, and you'll still get certain types of content, but that's not where I am in terms of really, really refocusing. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Yeah,
I
like these
was
guys. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
no, you can go ahead. I was just going to say that for me to kind of cut down on the algorithm recommendation, I'm not sure, but I think with me making a lot of my playlists or what I watch private, I don't get a lot of recommendations, and I understand what you mean by the toxicity, because I've been trying to keep my vibe high and not have a low vibe, but I believe ultimately, like the dominant society, they feed off our low vibe. So I always try to stay in a high vibe mindset. And like I said, I watch a lot of things on private. So
I agree with that, but I will say this too. If you look at the bottom of it, like the videos, it'll say like viewers also, Taz exclusive viewers also watches this channel. It'll say stuff like that. So it's not necessarily has anything to do with like your playlist. It'll just come up just because like enough of us that watch Taz's channel watches this one channel in particular. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
like sometimes if like you watch, it'll be like viewers. It'll be like viewers of this also, viewers of this channel watch, or something like. Because one time I was
yeah,
watching a channel and it'll be like viewers of some other channel watch this channel as well.
right. Yeah. So and that's annoying because I'll get if I watch like one news network, next thing you know, my whole algorithm is just news networks. So I mean it's just like, but I guess it's not bad because it just means that the algorithm is working for whatever like hashtag or forum that that it's on. So that means that whatever you're trying to do, it possibly can get out there. You know what I mean? Because my cousin, she has like a really small channel and she did her baby shower, and her baby shower video has like the most views because of the hashtag. You know what I mean? So because people are always like looking up videos about baby showers, that's like her most viewed video. So
but I do
it's just
think what you're saying is right in terms of the algorithm, but also, in terms of taking a break from certain content. So
Yeah.
now, now and again, I'll go and get my power up on a drill here and there from Miss G, doing her damn thing in the space. I still appreciate what she does, but I just feel like, personally for myself, I don't need it like that because of where I am mentally. Though I understand others require it and need it, and you know, some people it takes, because of the conditioning, a longer time to be able to penetrate what's going on with them. But yeah,
For me, like I like because I like a lot of the people that I used to watch, either like muted my like I'm still like, I'll still even if I don't watch any of the content, like I'll still go and like the video just because like I support you as a content creator and as a Black woman.
oh yeah.
So
There's
that
stuff like
make sure to do
usually
that.
when I walk out, there's a tablet or a laptop left playing something so that I can at least show you some support in some other way,
Yeah.
even if I'm not digesting it right now. Do you get what I mean? I support the overall message and what it is that's trying to be done.
Because I'm like when you mentioning Cynthia, like excuse me, I almost choked. Like you said, like I appreciate her content and things of that nature. I don't watch her as often as I used to, but I still make sure like I'll go to her channel randomly and just like the video or like I'll watch it. But I haven't been watching as many of her videos as I used to. Like I'll dip in just to see like what's going on with the Nakers. Because she's always go drilling. But like yeah, so that's just that. And like with Nyla's, I still watch her content and like her videos. But I've kind of just gotten away from a lot of like the whole Black woman empowerment stuff for a bit. Like I just didn't need that in my psyche. And like I just took a few months off. Like I still would pop in and out because like I've popped in on Nyla's and Taz's streams here and there. But like I just haven't been consuming as much YouTube in general, not that form of YouTube. Like it's just been more so like self-help and other types of stuff like that. And I've been doing a lot of like gotten into meditation really heavily lately. So and I've been listening to a lot of binaural beats. Like y'all should really check out binaural beats. Like because I'm the type of person, I have like as you can tell, like because I'm all over the place. And that's literally how I am in my real life. Like
me too.
Like I'm all over the place. Like
I am definitely that.
if you were sitting, like my friends, like you could be like, it's funny because I had an ex ask me, he was like, "Do you have ADHD?" And I was like, I don't think so. Because like I don't have a problem getting things done. But like my mind is just like always firing. And I just like, I'm scatterbrained for the most part. And so, yeah, like if we were sitting here having a conversation, like my friends, like I wanted to talk to you about 5 different things before I finished the first thing that we were originally talking about. So I don't even know why I brought that up.
It's okay, sis. But listen, on the beats, it's interesting that you should say that because
the binaural beats, like I listened to them to help me focus as I went on a tangent and rambles.
it's okay. But like recently we're doing the relaxation streams and I've been searching libraries because I want to combine. I found all like these different live cams from all over the world that's like great footage and stuff. So I've been sort of like screen recording those to be able to combine them with different relaxation beats because some of the ladies had requested like more relaxation, more meditation stuff, more different kinds of sleep sounds and things like that. So it's been an interesting experience. Like over the last like month, I haven't been doing as much streams, but it's partially because I'm doing the editing and mixing the like different beats and trying like different white noises and sound bowls and different things, and I'm like testing it in it to see that the beats sometimes work and that it's timed with the footage, and sometimes I'm falling asleep. So it's been wonderful for my brain. Okay, taking this break.
I don't know if you were here when I was talking about Nick Huberman. He's the neuroscientist. Like I'm telling you have to check this man out. Like this white man is a genius, and I don't throw that word around. Like
what's his name? Sorry,
Nick Huberman.
Nick Huberman. Huber.
Like hubris, but Huber. Yeah.
Okay.
Huber.
I'll have a look into him. I like that kind of stuff.
He's a professor of neuroscience, and I believe at Stanford. And mind you, like I think he's a tenured professor. So like, and he's young. So it's just like, this man is like to have like to be the head of the neuroscience department at Stanford. Like this man is elite. And so he has a YouTube channel, and like his hacks, like his brain hacks are like, you should really, if you have problems with like anxiety, or like you want better time management, or you're just trying to like level up at any way, shape, or, oh God, I sound like I'm a self-help commercial. But like this man, like he has like science-based ways to help you like improve your life. And it's just the fact that he's giving away this information like so freely is just, it's mind blowing. I mean, he's getting paid because he has a huge following on YouTube, but like, you know what I mean?
Did you say life hack? Is that what you called them?
He calls them neuroscience or brain hacks. Brain hacks, like how to hack your brain using neuroscience. But he makes it very, very easy to understand, and like he breaks it down, like the science behind it, and like it's just, I really believe it's improved, like especially like if you have, because I get trash sleep, and this has really improved my sleeping habits.
What's his name? Sorry, Nick Huberman or Andrew Huberman?
It's Andrew. Yeah, Andrew. Sorry about that. I kept calling.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about, because him and like Dr. Leaf with her podcast and stuff, sometimes she has different guests on there.
Yeah, he's the attractive white man, right? He's got a beard. I think he got a beard. Yeah.
Yeah, I seen him here in black and white in the back. I thought, let me just, me, because of my brain, let me just add him quickly. But
and another thing, like I started the AG. He recommends this sleep thing. I was like, that thing's a little too expensive for me. It's like $4,000 for this sleep thing. I was like, maybe one day I'll get it, but not right now. But apparently, like it's like this sleep machine that basically, because like your sleep, like the colder you are at night when you fall asleep, the deeper and better REM sleep that you get. So like this sleep machine basically, like it logs your temperature over the course of like a few weeks, and then it starts to, what it does is it locates the prime temperature where you get the deepest sleep, and then it sets the temperature of the bed, like you cover the mattress or whatever, and then it sets the temperature.
I want this.
It sets the temperature, so like it's found the perfect temperature for your body to fall asleep. So like
it sounds so nice.
If they have insomnia, like they fall asleep instantly with this thing. Like after the first week of it tracking, like it gets the perfect. And then not only that, because as you get closer to your circadian rhythm when you're falling asleep, as your circadian rhythm is the melatonin that you're producing starts to wear off, your body gets warmer. And so what it does is it gradually warms because it finds the perfect temperature for where your body, like your brain is like firing on all cylinders, like it tracks all of that. And then it gets the bed to that perfect warmth. So where you can wake up and it's like prime temperature for your brain function every morning.
Now, I would say
that sounds like my kind of bed. I'm sorry.
Yes, that sounds like heaven in
my
bed.
super king is my boyfriend. That's what I call my boyfriend. Okay, so listen, upgrade me. If that's what's coming, I gotta save for something like that. Cause I would invest in that.
He also recommends, because this it's called AG1 Greens, Athletic Greens. Yeah, like I started drinking Athletic Greens. You can get them online. Like you can buy, they're cheaper on Amazon and on iHerb, because like the thing, like the mix, you can get like the individual mixers, which is cheaper, but I feel like it's better in the long run to buy like the big bag, and it's like $99, but it lasts about, if you drink, like I only drink one drink a day, it lasts about like 4 months. So in the end, it kind of like it averages out. And it's like this super greens drink. It's this powdered super greens that basically it's the same stuff that people at NASA drink when they come back from when their muscles are all deteriorated from being in like low to no anti-gravity or whatever. It's the same sort of drink. Like the people who make this drink have now started mass producing it for like the everyday consumer. And so I started drinking these drinks, y'all. Like I just feel in it. Like, I don't know, y'all. Like I'm sound crazy, but I just feel like my body be tingling. Like I just feel raring to go during the day. Like, cause I typically have my chai latte and then I'll have my AG greens, and it's really good. And I actually feel like my skin looks like it just looks so much healthier. Like I just feel like I wake up with a glow now.
You glowing and shit, sis.
Yeah,
You glowing.
and I'm not even gonna kid you, because I was on FaceTime with my mom, and my mom was like, "Are you pregnant?" And I was like, "Well," she was like, "Your skin look real good."
Oh gosh, that sounds like the kind of top up that I need. Usually, like going to the Caribbean and just having those months to kind of sit in the sun and just read and just eat fresh fruit and just enjoy the best of everything, just naturally from the sea and everything, usually gives me that kind of boost. But yeah, that sounds like some shit I would want to be. That's really good that they're doing that in terms of the juices and stuff from NASA and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, because you get like the bag is like maybe like it's a 3-pound bag, and you literally you only need like this. It's like the tiniest scoop. It's not even like, I don't know if you've ever taken like what is it, like the whey protein? Like the scoop isn't even as big as like a whey protein scoop. So like, and you use it with like 12 ounces of water. I like to do 12 just because it's real earthy. Like, so I like it a little bit more watered down. But I'm telling y'all, like, I just feel like my skin been glowing, y'all. Like it's been glowing. Like I'm out here just putting on a little moisturizer, and I'm just like, I'm out here like I got, like, you know how newborns, I kid y'all not, like my skin look almost like a newborn baby. It looks that good.
That's good. That's a good thing. Okay. Rejuvenated, re-energized, invigorated.
And it's also, it helps, apparently it's supposed to like help remineralize your teeth. And it's good for like it's supposed to be good for like your digestive system and all of this stuff, like your gut flora. And apparently it has like a bacteria in it that's supposed to help with the overgrowth of bacteria on the skin, like the natural, like the healthier bacteria on the skin, because like due to like the soap and stuff we use, like we're stripping our bodies of the natural oils. So this, whatever the bacteria that you're drinking is supposed to increase this healthy natural bacteria that naturally occurs on your skin. So
so it's rebalancing your system.
That's
inside and out. Sounds good.
Yeah. No, I like it. I've been really trying to get like, I don't know, like inward health and outward energy all along.
Meanwhile, I'm just drinking water, using petroleum jelly and witch hazel. Like, no joke. And when people ask me stuff, I'm just like, I don't know. I just keep it simple. I literally just buy Vaseline, I drink water, and I use witch hazel. And if I and I use a lot of aloe vera. I don't know. I never know what to really do. Like, I'm not one of those, like, I guess, like, I'm not the healthiest person, but I guess because I've always been the type to kind of like keep it simple. I've never like had like any like, the doctor's just like, well, you're good, I guess. I'm like, because I don't do anything. Like, I don't really, because I only drink when I don't drink too often, but when I do, but I just keep it simple, and I partake in my herbal essence, but you know, I think that's probably the only thing that I do daily, other than like eating and drinking water. You know what I mean?
Too, like
So,
I don't really have any, but like I may have a glass of wine, like, and even typically, like, I never really finish a bottle of wine. Like, it typically gets, I don't know, goes bad because I never really finish it all. Like, I'll have a glass or two, and then I'm pretty tipsy,
yeah.
and so, and I'm not even, and even if I go out with friends, like, I typically, like, I just I don't like drinking out in public. I just don't. I have this weird like phobia that I'm gonna be roofied. So
Yeah, I stay at home. I'm one of those people stay indoors. And that might be crazy. I like to go day drinking if I do go out to drink. I tend to do it in the daylight. I'm a brunch kind of girl, so
oh yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I don't really like going. I don't like the nightlife too much, especially in Texas. It's wild, man. It's because Houston is like really known for like the nightlife a lot. But it's too much sometimes. So I stay inside, and it's really. I mean, I love it here in Texas, but believe it or not, it's dangerous. It's crazy.
It's because like I was reading that Houston, Texas is like #1 for like human trafficking of
Yeah.
of black women specifically.
And believe like
I want to move to Katy, Texas, or maybe DeSoto, because I heard DeSoto was decent.
DeSoto, I think DeSoto is apparently one of the like biggest growing black communities right now.
Yeah, that's what I was DeSoto.
Yeah, there's also like Humble, Texas, and I know Humble, Texas is like one of the first biggest middle class black communities they have here. But that's kind of like going downhill too, man.
I read, like, from what I was reading online, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I saw that DeSoto was supposed to be more like an affluent black area.
I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie. I don't know much about it, but I have been. Okay, so it's a couple that flip houses. That's how I found out about the DeSoto area. Because I'm from New Orleans actually, so I just know as much as I know, but it's a couple that's on the Home and Gardens channel, I believe, but it's in they flip houses in the DeSoto area, and yeah, it seems like it's it seems really nice. Apparently they've been building like a lot of I guess the people that own Six Flags is supposed to be building like a huge theme park there. It's a lot of stuff that like I guess like people who like the investors are trying to like get into DeSoto a lot. But believe it,
that's the article I had read like a year ago, because I was like probably about a year and a half ago, like I was like, I'm ready to get up out of New York. Like it's getting crazy out here. And so I was like, I definitely want to move somewhere southern, like a southern state, and I want to move somewhere where it's always warm. Like I don't want to do winter anymore. And so it's definitely
Texas believe it or not, Texas is I don't know though. Texas and water. The water in Texas is hard. I don't know. Like tap water. I'm from New Orleans, so in New Orleans we were able to like filter our tap water and you'll be able to drink it. In Texas, you can't even do that. It's not like, I don't know if we're just too close to Mexico. I'm not trying to be weird, but like the water is hard. Like even just down to washing your hair, I say buy some distilled water. Like even down to washing your hair, you're gonna need to put a filter in your shower. Like I don't know.
You know what? Like I'm from Chicago, so like if you didn't have a hard water system in your house, like that water was gonna tear you up.
Yeah. I've never had
like you cannot drink the water. Like I've always remember growing up like having a water cooler, like the big like that you see like in a work office. Like
right.
my grandma, like we all had those in our houses when I was a kid. Because you couldn't drink that water.
When
he
I moved to Texas, my mom got one. She's like, we got to get a water filter, a water, the Aquafina thing. Those we had the turnover one.
Yep, because the man will come deliver them big old
Yeah,
things.
because I don't know the water. I don't. I'll say this: New Orleans was horrible. So being in Texas, I would say that I more so adapted because I came here when I was 16. So for me, it was just like, why are you making us come here? you know. So being a teenager, you're just like, no, I want to go home. But I would say that it's probably one of the best things my mama probably could have done for us, bringing us here, taking us away from New Orleans is what I say. Not necessarily like bringing us to Texas, but I would say like leaving New Orleans, I say anywhere probably is better than New Orleans at this point. And as long as I've been here in Texas, honestly, most of my friends are not even from here. I have like my best friend, she's from Mississippi. Most of the people that I like met that's been here since they were like 5 and 6 are just like my parents moved here when they were like when I was 1, you know what I mean? So most of the people that's here like aren't even from here, to be honest. Like, so I don't know. This is definitely a gumbo of a state,
That's funny because, like, even with me living in New York, most of my friends are transplants. Like, I only have like 2 friends that are like native New Yorkers.
Right. I think I know maybe. I think I have like 3 friends maybe from here, and they're not even like close friends. Like these are like they're like friends that I've had because I've worked with them for so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Most of the people that I know here that they're like close to me are not even from here. Like even some of my mom's best friends are like they're still from New Orleans, and they're not even people she knew from New Orleans. It's just people she met when she came here. And I don't know. I'll say this though, Texas isn't so welcoming.
It's not?
Not to me, and it could have been like
I mean, although I'm from Chicago, it's the Midwest, so we still have like that Southern hospitality. Like you don't get that in
okay, never
Texas.
mind then. I think if you're coming from the north to the south, you may get a culture shock because it's like it may seem like everybody's a little nicer, but because I know when coming from Louisiana to Texas people thought we were weird because it's like the way I grew up, you couldn't enter the presence of I wasn't allowed to enter the presence of an adult without saying good morning. You know what I mean? Good afternoon.
Speak to people like, and especially like I know like when I moved to New York, or like say for instance I would go over like a friend's house or something, or like or we would go to like a parent's house because like if your parents are Caribbean and they cooking, I'm coming to get a plate. So like oftentimes like I speak to people, like I greet everyone when I come into someone's house, and it's like sometimes people thought that was weird, and they'd be like, why are you speaking to everybody? I don't know these people. Like I gotta say hello. I don't pay rent here.
No, people literally would do that to us. Like, why do y'all speak to everyone? It's just like, I didn't sleep with you last night. And that's literally like a saying in New Orleans, like, I didn't sleep with you last night. Like if somebody, like my grandmother, if she sees you, is like, and you don't say good morning or anything, she's like, I didn't sleep with you last night. So it's a thing. Like don't do it. It's disrespectful.
Yeah, a lot of Californians and New Yorkers, because I was reading an article. I've been on Zillow looking at like neighborhoods because I haven't actually flown out there to like view, haven't had the time to fly out to Texas to actually view like, apartments or whatnot. And so I was just reading on Zillow, and there was like a lot of people from Texas were like complaining that like the transplants specifically from California and New York are driving up the rental prices.
It's getting bad. I mean, okay, so here in Texas, the minimum wage is like, I think most jobs start at like, cause I know the minimum wage may be like $7.25, but most jobs they try to be a little
Hold on,
fair.
what?
No, no, most jobs try to be fair. So if you try to start at like a place like Target or or like a grocery store, they might start you at like $13 to $14. But you make a 1 bedroom in Texas used to be about, let's say when I first graduated high school in Texas, and my mom's like, so, because my mom was moving at the same time that I was graduating, and she's just like, are you coming with me or not? And I'm like, no, I'm getting my own, apartment. Literally, I had a job at a call center making $12.50 an hour. And my rent, I had a 1 bedroom apartment, and it was like 950 square feet, and I only paid like $400, $450, something like that. Not even 500. So, and that was back in 2008. So when you think about 2000, you think about, I'll say 2016 is when we first was like, God damn, what is going on with the prices? Rent is going up. And I mean, and even like the most like, I guess like the baddest areas, like the worst areas, it's just like you're paying like a 1 bedroom in like the seediest area it'll be like almost $1,000 for a 1 bedroom now. And that's bad. Like that's terrible for the fact that you have to deal with the fact that right down the way you got about 10 drug deals going on, prostitution, the sirens all night. There's like a train. There's a train track going through your neighborhood. You live down the street from the airport. You never have any peace. You know what I mean? Like, so those types of areas right now are terrible. So where I live, I live in the Heights. So the Heights right now, a 1 bedroom studio is like almost like $2,400. You can get there's like lofts, but there's people there's people whose like house notes are like $2,000 for like a 4 bedroom, 2 bath, 2-story, 2 garage, backyard, front yard, So that's why people are like, God damn, I'm paying this for apartment. And people who's like that are like rent, that are like paying for homes are paying what I'm paying, So I think that's what's like making people in Texas mad. But also I thought I was thinking about moving this, recently. I think I just had a surgery, so I ended up I didn't start in time, so I just went on ahead and signed my lease again. But there's like apartments and condos here now that are like backed up for like 2 years because there's like 3,000 people a day moving to Texas.
That's crazy. Yeah, because I was like, I was looking at some townhomes because I was like, I want to move somewhere and actually like buy a property. And I wouldn't want like as a single, like I know people are like, oh, go to Texas, buy a house. But like, I just feel like that would be too much space for me personally. Like I don't see myself being like a single woman homeowner. Not like I would prefer to own like a townhome or something like that, or maybe like a condo. And that's what I was looking at. And those are those are nice in Texas. Like I saw
there's but see, we're also running out of space. So there's like homes that are like, I guess what you call like a stacked home. Yeah. So it's like the bottom is like your garage, and then you have to go upstairs to get to like what would be like your living room and like a bathroom, and then the second floor would be like your kitchen, and then the third floor is like your bedroom space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a townhouse. That's what I was looking at. And and like those, like what I've noticed in specifically the area I was looking at in Texas, they're building those almost like apartment buildings. Like it'll be like 4 of them connected. And so you don't really have
you don't have space. Like, I don't know. It's just no space.
And it's like a makeshift sort of like like front yard. And
Right.
I mean, it's more than what I could afford in New York City. So
Right. No, I get that. I know I seen a video, a guy moved here from LA, and he was like moving to Texas, and he said the rent in Texas is so cheap, and he's like, now it's time to get a job. And then he's like, $10 an hour. And I'm like, well, that's what you got to think about, the cost of living versus like minimum wage and everything. So that, I think that's what it is, because when people come from like LA and they're like, well, my job in LA, I was making like $25 an hour starting, they start at 25 an hour, but starting here is like 12, 13. Cause one of my little cousin, she's like 18, and she just got a job at Target, and Target started her at $15 an hour. And I'm like, that's way more than what I was getting with my first job here in Texas, so I mean, but when you think about $15 an hour versus like a $1,500 rent, and they want you to make 3 and 4 times the rent, that's not a viable living wage. So
yeah, because in New York City, like to rent an apartment, to qualify for a rent for an apartment, so whatever the rent for the month is, you have to make 40 times that. Yeah,
not 40. It's like 3 to 4 times here.
No, you in New York City specifically. I don't know about how high it is for in Brooklyn, but like if you live in Manhattan, like in the city, like most realtors, you're gonna have to, first of all, you're gonna have to pay a realtor fee, which can be upwards of like anywhere from $300 to $500, and that's just for them to showing you apartments.
Wow, no, not okay. So
and so
in
like
Texas,
so like you want to find a good realtor that's going to show you decent apartments, or else you're gonna have to jump from realtor to realtor, paying fee after fee.
No, ma'am. There's literal apartment finders here, free. They're free, and they get paid from referrals. From
So
like
it's
where
not like the company itself is paying them. No, see here, like you go to a realtor if you want to find, because like it's a lot of scams in New York City. Like it's like a lot of scams. So you got to find a legit realtor.
Because even if you find, because what I've learned in Texas, like even if you find a legit apartment finder, they'll also, if you're like, well, I can you help me find a home? They'll be like, yeah, you know what I mean? So I don't know, and they just get paid like whatever, like through I guess like the owner or like the company, the apartment. They pay them for helping you, come to them. So I don't know if it's like they're like contracts through like different apartments and like agencies or what have you, but
yeah, and like some of the and some of the more like boutique style like real estate companies that have like prime locations, like they don't even want that little measly, or what they consider a measly realtor fee. Like they want like in addition to like, so they'll find you the apartment, they'll help you set up, find a nice place, whoop-de-woo. But say for instance you go and the apartment they show you is $3,200, right? It's $3,200 a month. You now owe that realtor for them, and you sign the lease and you get that apartment, you owe that realtor $3,200. You owe them exactly how much. You owe them 1 month's rent.
No.
Yeah. That's like if you use a boutique realtor. Because one time, like when I was looking, that's like my old apartment, I actually lucked up because my friend, like she was moving back to her country, and she was renting from like the apartment, someone owned the apartment she was renting. And I got in through a referral through her, and they were like, okay. And I just rented that apartment, and I didn't have to pay. But the apartment that I'm currently in, like I was like, oh, I need to find like a legitimate, realtor company. And so I tried one of these boutique places because I was like, okay, they have the best reviews on Yelp and on Google. So I went in there not knowing that like that whole fee even existed. And so they're showing me apartments, and like I had a location that I wanted to live in and a train that I wanted to live off of, because this train is like direct to like my job or whatever. And so where she's showing me apartment after apartment, and then I pick an apartment and she's like, okay. So she's like, oh, we're gonna run your credit. They needed like, you know, the stuff like W-2s, and then like a letter from my job saying that I was currently employed, this, that, and the third.
I'm coming up on my laptop. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Yeah.
And so I do that, and we decide on an apartment. They run my credit. I get approved. And then she's like, right as I'm about to, like, they've written up the lease and I'm going to sign because like, and then she's like, oh yeah, first, the services. Cause I'm thinking, oh, it's like $200-$300 like the other places I had been to. And she's like, no, I'm also going to need a check for the first month's, or a certified check or money order for the first month's rent. And I was like, what? You showed me 5 apartments and I need to pay you this much?
What? Oh my God, that's wild.
I was like, no, thank you. And I really like the apartment. Like, and I really, really liked it, but I was like, nah, I'm good. It's not. I was like, my bank account, man, I would cry. I was like, no, thank you. And so I ended up going to another realtor, and I found this apartment, and I think I paid them maybe like $375, in addition to the application fee and all the other, because it's a whole bunch of like, don't move to New York. Like, just don't do it unless you like independently wealthy, where you got a really, really good paying job. Otherwise, it's not what they make it out to be. You got to work way, way too hard to get by out here. And I'm over it. Y'all, I want to be a lady of leisure.
No, I agree. I just want to relax. You know, I just want to sit here and look pretty.
Like I want to be one of those, like, I don't like, I have this like what would I call it? Like a hidden secret. Like, I like to watch like stay-at-home moms, especially the ones that are like extra feminine. I'm talking about she's baking, she's got a garden, she's always in a dress. Like, I just find that to be.
Have you heard of the opiums?
No.
It's so she's I think they're African, but I think they live in Allen, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
But they're just a beautiful family, and like everything she does is like over the top. And believe it or not, it kind of reminds me of like when I was little, because my mom was just like extra, like a regular, like if she made us like hot dogs, she made homemade chili, she made the bread, you know?
Yeah, and like I like to, even though that's like so far removed from who I am, like I could never actually see myself being, because like, one, I can cook, but I really don't like it. I'm never gonna be in there baking nobody no cookies from scratch. Like, it's not happening. And I'm more of a city girl. Like, I like to order takeout. I like to go to nice restaurants. I like to do stuff like that. Like, that's more my vibe. But I love watching women do stuff like this. Like, I don't know what it is. Just like, I'm just obsessed with it. And then there's, oh my God, I found this older Black woman. She's in England. And she literally lives like, it is literally something out of like Downton Abbey. I don't know if any of you've ever watched. I like period pieces.
Oh yes, I know. I think I know who you're talking
she
about.
drives like this vintage car, and she's married.
She's so
married to this,
cute.
like very wealthy older white man.
Yes, uh-huh.
And like she's always at like a castle or hanging out with like these lords and all this other stuff. And like she dresses like she's always decked out, and her hair's always finely coiffed, and she has this beautiful English like Victorian farmhouse. And her garden is literally like something out of a magazine.
Oh my God.
Like her life is so beautiful. Like it is so well manicured. And she's got like, I hate to say it, but like her children are beautiful. Like it literally is just like she's got this perfect little biracial family. Like it is, it's like it literally is something like out of a storybook. Like this is living a Cinderella dream.
No, it's like the opiums that I'm talking about. They like she cooks, she does everything home, like everything is just at home. So one day she decided to take the kids for Chick-fil-A, but they did it to go. But when she made it home, she couldn't even just let them eat their food. She literally got out glasses to pour their shakes in, like she plated everything. By the time she was finished, it just looked like, I mean, the Chick-fil-A looked like something that you just wanted for yourself. It's just like, lady.
And it's an African lady on here who does like home organization on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And I love her too. Like, if I don't know, because I like to watch like sometimes I watch like because like when my grandfather was alive, I used to watch like black and white TV shows with him.
Mm-hmm.
And so sometimes like I'll watch them on like YouTube, like stuff like Nick at Night and a lot of like the old black and white. Like I love the Cleavers. Like it's an old TV show. And so this black lady, this African lady, like she literally is like an African, I think her name was Jane Cleaver.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, like I want her to be my mom. like I want to be her child. Like I want to go back into my childhood and be born this woman's daughter, because like her daughter's bedroom is like every little girl's fantasy.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and the stuff like when she cooks, and they have like this tiny little kitchen, and like they make these little like very intricate little desserts, and it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I know when we were little, we did my mom, because my mom was a single mom, so she used to try to make things like fun, because we weren't rich. The house that we lived in was when my grandmother died, my mom took over the deed, so we weren't rich. We just had we were good though. But every Monday was like family day. But like on Mondays, because that was our off day. So on Mondays after school, it was just three of us. We all, each one of us, every other Monday, she'll let one of us choose what we want to eat. But the way my mom was set up, because during the week, whatever she ate, we ate. When we would choose our food, it was never like, let's go get McDonald's. We wanted like a meal. I'm like, can you make me a steak and a baked potato and load it up? And like my brother was like big on Philly cheesesteak, and he wanted the onions and bell peppers and stuff. So people thought we were like my mom friends, like my kids would never, and I was just like, that's the problem, because during the week when you're cooking, you're giving them options. I have 3 kids. I can't cook 3 different meals. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you have to get them in the mindset of understanding, like, you're going to cook, you're going to eat what I cook. But I think because of that, we were open to like the different things that my mom would put on our plate. And because she was able to like elevate our palate and our meals. And like, so dinner time to her was fun because she knew we wanted different types of things. So she would like just be over the top for no reason, like 3 course meals, making salads, and then the meal, and then the dessert. And then after, we'll play a game together or something. But the opiums, it really reminds me of like
how, you know, we were when we were younger, but the aesthetics of it all, you can tell they have, you know, they got money. But it was just like because I would show my mama those videos. I'm just like, Mama, she kind of reminds me of you, but I don't know these people, but they seem like they're wealthy, you know. So, but we will be on like I guess like the more comfortable side of it all. But I can tell my mom would try a little harder to give us like that, like, you know, a glimpse into the lifestyle, you know.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. So when I see videos and like the house, you know, the housewives and stuff like that, I'm just like, my mom was a single mom and she still did this. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I think that's pretty cool because, you know, moms are awesome.
Another guilty pleasure of mine is I like watching. I recently started watching a lot of. I've always watched African girl, especially like South African girl, like makeup. Because like they beat their faces like, and it looks so good and so natural. But
there's this one but she speaks on like, you know, like controversial things. But I literally like to see her because she changes her look a lot, and I think she's just gorgeous. So I think that's probably like that's my favorite part of going to her channel, because it's not even about what she's talking about. Sometimes it's just like, girl, you're aesthetic though.
Yeah.
And even if you go to her comment section, nobody's really, and that might not be, you know, a good thing, but most people are always talking about her look. They're like, you're so beautiful, you know? So.
Oh yeah. And then also I love watching me some of the rich African girlies. Like, I'd be like, ooh, that African luxury just hits a little different.
Do you know the one that reacts to people say, oh, y'all have water there? Y'all have internet there? Like, when she reacts to those videos, those are everything to me.
Like, it's this one, like, she's South African, I believe. And people, like, white people are always leaving comments on her videos. And mind you, you can look at her background and tell that this, like, she's not your average. She don't come from like your average South African family. Like, sis got money. Like,
yeah. And
I'm talking about like, she's got like, she would be rich by American standards. Yeah. Right. And so, so she was just like, oh, she's always like at a resort or like traveling throughout Africa or like Europe or somewhere. And then one time they were like, oh, someone was like, oh, do they have electricity in Africa?
Oh,
and she was like, oh, let me ask. And then she's like, she's in Chanel. And she's like, do you guys have electricity here? And she's at the Chanel store in South Africa.
I'm done. I mean, I don't know. I think people are so like,
because it's over the top. Like, come on now. Like, you're on this woman's video and you're asking about electricity and running water.
I think people are so hell-bent on like bashing somebody that they, you know, I don't know, jealousy. Oh, geez. I don't know. People are weird.
Hey, Black Widow, let me drop the link, sis. Come on up. Hold on. What am I doing? If you're still here, because I think you have popped out earlier. You had made a comment earlier and then disappeared. Oh, but yeah, Scar, because I was talking to you about the hooded dryer. Since you got it on it. It's on Amazon. I think it's like $54. It's the one with like the most reviews. It's a black lady on it.
Yeah.
And like, because at first I was like, oh, because I mean it's all plastic, but like it's real big. Like, it's like
have you seen the one that it's kind of like a bonnet though, and you can just like put it on your.
I had that one. Like, I had the one like that you put on like but it would never, like, my hair would be frizzy afterwards.
Oh, okay. Well, I would only use it if like I'm doing like a
deep condition.
Yeah, or like a spiral curl set. Because when
Oh yeah,
I would, yeah, I would do. That's the only time I would.
yeah, I've done
But
it.
back in the day when
Like
people
a,
would
a
actually,
perm rod. I've done
yeah,
like a perm rod, and I
right.
did do it like, but I was like, like I had tried to just like if I just dry my hair with that, like it's frizzy, like it's
Yeah,
real
'cause,
frizzy. All of
those dryers were out when people would actually do their own hair.
yeah. And the crazy thing is like growing up, I think my mom had a hooded dryer.
Mm-hmm. I think
And
we all did.
yeah, and I was like, I remember like for some reason in my childhood, I remember a hooded dryer. And I was just like, I saw this girl's video of her basically she was like, oh, she diffuses, like she just sits under a hooded dryer, like she does, her conditioner and like her cream or whatever she puts on her hair, and then just sits under the dryer. And then she would like diffuse just the bottom. Like, cause like if she wanted it completely dry, she said she would just diffuse the bottom because the ringlets are still kind of wet. But I just do it like between medium to cold for like 30 minutes. And I don't really care about the ends because like I'm a lazy natural. Like I'm just like if the ends is look if they it's all right by me. So
yeah.
But the hooded dryer is a game changer because I cannot diffuse my hair to save my life. Like I just can't. Like my hair looks crazy when I try to diffuse it with just the attachment on the dryer.
I will literally do like a deep, I'll shampoo, do a deep condition, and I will let my hair air dry. I am one of those people because I'll get up like early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
That way I can just like do, go throughout my day, like while I'm cleaning up or whatever, let it air dry like that on its own. Cause it's just, I got to a point where like I got tired of like the blow dryer because of the heat damage that it would do. But at the same time, I like the natural way I guess my hair curls on its own from like a natural dry or like just a regular air dry, I guess.
Yeah.
So, but if you're I would say if your ends are doing that, I would usually and that might be bad for me to do that. I'll just get the clipping. I'm like, maybe I need a trim.
You're a mess.
And I'm not, because I'm one of those people who truly believe, it's gonna grow back.
Yeah, I'm one of those too.
So I'll get the clipping, and that might not be good, but I will get the clipping if I have to. So, and I have an aunt.
For me, I have a if I go to bed, and let my hair, especially if I do my hair wash my hair at night. Like I try to wash my hair during the day because I don't like to go to bed with my hair wet because like I sweat in my scalp and it's like the dampness and the sweat. Like I'll wake up and like it'll be like knotted.
So how often do you wash your hair?
I wash my hair. I typically, because I sweat, when I say I sweat, like I could wake up and my headscarf would be damp.
Yeah.
Like, so I wash my hair like every 8 days.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
For me personally, like I let water touch my hair every day. Like if I'm in the shower, like I just rinse my hair.
Yeah. I think it's especially when you, if you have your hair in its natural state, I think that it's good to let, even if you don't actually like wash it every day. I think that you need to, because I keep like some type of leave-in conditioner, you know what I mean, that I can spray in it, like a spray leave-in conditioner.
Yeah.
Try to keep it, moist. But throughout the week, I'll try to like rinse it under some water too, and I know the best thing to do when you do like a good deep condition is like run your, and I know it may be uncomfortable, but run your hair under some cold water.
Yeah,
that way the conditioner can, stick,
Yeah, that's what my the girl who when I go, because I only go to the shop every 3 to 4 months to get a trim. And
Mhm.
she'd be like, make sure when you do your deep condition, the water is ice cold. And I'll be
Yeah.
like, ah.
Yeah. My mom used to get like ice, like she'll put ice in, like get some ice water and like put our ends in, like the ends of our hair in it, especially because you know the ends of your hair, it's just it
It's
can
the,
end
mo-
up
it's
just
the most
being dead
fragile.
hair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the oldest. It's the oldest
Mhm.
part of your hair.
Right.
It's the most fragile.
Yeah. And I
Mhm.
remember as a kid, I used to hate it, but you know, as an adult, I'm like, let me just get back to doing it because that was when my hair was like the healthiest when I was like a teenager, you know?
Yeah. Like, cause like I have to, I have to rinse my hair every night, like, cause it's unbearable. Like when I tell y'all, like my scalp sweats, and in the summertime, oh baby, them edges, like they about to be poofed up. They about to be poofed up.
And you want to come to Texas?
Like, you know what? I don't even mind because you know what? Like, I like it when my hair is big and
Yeah.
crazy. But
That's one thing you got to get used to when if you come to Texas. Get ready to always have frizzy hair. Get ready to walk outside, and the moment you walk outside, if it's hot, it's gonna be hot, and if it's cold, it's gonna be frozen here. It's crazy because when it gets cold here, it just freezes over. It's crazy, and if it's hot, we're in hell. If and if it's cold, it's like what's the little girl from Frozen name? She came to town, baby.
I'm from Chicago, so it ain't. I'm used to the cold, and I live in New York now. So
The problem with Texas is like the roads and everything aren't built for that. You know, the people's tires and stuff aren't built for this type of
Yeah.
for that type of weather. So I think like that's why the whole city has to shut down when stuff like that happens. Like because they're like it's too cold outside. Your tires aren't made for the type of the road or whatever. And I don't know if you know, but there's a highway. Well, an Interstate 45. 45 is the deadliest highway. And every day, all day, I don't know, and I don't care what time of the day, but there's always an accident going both ways.
Oh wow.
And it's usually a deadly accident. Like it's crazy. Like I hate 45. Like I hate 45. And like the people that like here, like the highways are like so big, you'll have like 5 lanes on each side. Like and people, you know, risking their lives trying to go, you know, from one side of the road and, you know, trying to cross like 5 lanes, you know what I mean? To get into like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're just killing people. It's crazy though. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you heard about like the road rage here too. Like road rage is bad.
Yeah, I be seeing the videos because like everyone's like I was saying earlier, I only allow myself to watch the news, like to go and watch and read news articles one day out the week. And I'll do like an hour where I just like spiral down and read a whole bunch of news articles. Just because I don't like to overload myself with all that. Because it's a lot of messed up stuff going on in the world. And I was seeing there was something in Texas where like a man chased someone down the highway and then shot at him. I'm like, what in the what would make you that mad?
Was that a what? So I remember some years ago a lady honked at a guy or cut a guy off and he shot the lady. He shot the lady through her window in the back of her head. She survived, but she's still I think she's got like she's brain dead at this point. You know, she's done. Like I think I don't want to say that, but she probably would have been better off, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's horrible. Texas is crazy. And like and I'll tell you another thing, the alcohol laws, like TABC, you know, the tobacco alcohol laws and everything are like very, very strict here. And I think it's because of like, you know, like them trying to keep their gun laws, you know, they want to be able to shoot you. Because people from, you know, with us being like right here by Louisiana in Louisiana, they don't stop sales of alcohol. You can buy alcohol wherever you want. You cross state lines and go into a gas station, there is a case of alcohol there. You can buy Ciroc, anything you want inside of a gas station in Louisiana. But in Texas, we get so many people from different states, and they're like, they'll come into like a grocery store and they're fussing with like the cashier because the cashier's like, we can't sell you like a sherry that's like a port that's like 18% after like 8 o'clock on a Monday. And they're just like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm just like, well, that's Texas state law, you know.
Yeah.
Like, even down to like alcohol.
It's some places like that in Illinois. Because like at a school where my father taught, like there was like you couldn't buy in the county, you couldn't buy alcohol anywhere in the county on Sundays. Like it was against the law to sell alcohol on Sunday.
You can't sell alcohol. Well, like liquor sales on Sundays is prohibited. You can't buy it at all on Sundays in Texas. You can buy like beer and wine, and you can't in your beer and your wine can't be anything. It can't be over 13% by volume. Another thing, it's like what is it, the port wines and stuff. people like cook with those wines, and on Sundays, if it's over 18%, you can't buy them at all.
Oh wow.
So customers are like, like I've been in the store like trying to buy like, a port wine on a Sunday, and that's how I found out, from trying to like make a pasta, and they're like, it calls for this wine or whatever, and you going to buy it, and they're just like, you can't buy it on Sundays at all. And I'm just like, what? And then you Google it, and it's just like Texas state law. So yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And you can't buy liquor after 9 o'clock at all. After 9, because the liquor store closes at 9. So
but yeah, like in a lot of southern states, they have laws like that on the books.
Mm-hmm. But that's because I think I don't know. My thoughts is because of the gun laws. I feel like they're trying to keep their gun laws. That's why I think that even marijuana wouldn't be legal here.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be like, no, because if everybody can get high, if everybody can just get drunk, then we can't just shoot you when we want to. I can't just stand my ground. They're gonna be like, but he was drunk.
Mm-mm.
Oh no.
Yeah. Have you been following the Jordan Neely thing? I have to ask Queen too. She might be asleep.
I mean, I've seen that. I've heard about that. But for me, I didn't quite understand, because like a lot of times when I see videos like that, I don't know what's necessarily going on. But when they were saying like, that he was probably like attacking people, I'm like, I don't know. I probably would have held him down too until somebody came. Like, you can't just attack people because like you're the person attacking someone, and somebody else has to, be harmed or whatever because of,
Yeah, like in earlier part of the stream, I read the New York Times article. Like, it was a long article recounting like witnesses recounting what happened that day and everything, and pretty much like I know exactly how this went down because like I ride the subway, and there are men of all races, but oftentimes it's like a lot of the homeless men on the subway are black.
And is it usually like the same people every day taking the trip, so they probably like was familiar with him, you know what I mean, and his antics, And
it's like so like they get aggressive, and they'll get all up in your face if you don't give them money. Like and so that's probably what happened. Like he probably just was overboard with his aggression, and somebody like, because they say a group of people held him down, but one man put him in a chokehold. Right?
Yeah, I saw the video.
I didn't watch the video, but like even the witnesses in the New York Times article that I read were saying like he was like, oh, he didn't care if he died, and he was being aggressive.
But
And
the
all
only part of the video I see that's why I say I don't know, because the only part of the video that I saw was the part when the guy was holding him, you know.
Mhm.
I didn't see like, you know, the point of view, I guess, like of, you know, him like harassing people or attacking somebody. But I did see the comments, you know, if you see some videos, like if you type it in and you see some videos and you go to the comment section, it'll be people that's like, I've seen this guy. And some people are like, well, when I used to see him on the subway, it was him impersonating Michael Jackson. He
And
was
that's
a good
crazy because
guy.
like I had been hearing his name, but I had never seen a picture. And even I said when I went to read the article, and I had just read the article, like I Googled it and we read the article aloud on the live stream. I was like, I've seen this dude before, like near Times Square.
Yeah. But see, but it was like mixed reviews in the comments. Like people are just like, no, he was crazy. You know, he would attack people. You know, then you have some people like he was a loving soul. He was so nice, and I'm like, maybe he was. You know, in times, maybe sometimes he wasn't. You know, people
And that's the thing,
experience
like,
people differently.
and
Three
the
things
thing
can be
is like
true.
if this man had mental health issues, yeah, you may have encountered him on a good day where he wasn't acting crazy, and then some people encountered him on a day where he was acting psychotic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, both things can be true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, but at the same, and then because I was talking about it earlier, like how and then someone brought it up in the chat because I forgot, like, I don't know, I think I had mistakenly said his mother, but actually his mother was, found unalived when he was 14.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and they said that he had a hard time. But also in the article, it said they spoke with his father. So it was like, so what kind of happened to this young man after his mother? Like, where, because it kind of like that was lost in the article. Like, you don't really hear too much. I mean, yeah, they recount like his 40 arrests, and I'm not making any excuses for his behavior. But like, I was just like, okay, what happened after his mother died? And why wasn't he in the custody of his father? Because his extended family has come out and what appears to be a cash grab to me. Because like he wasn't living with any of you all. Like you weren't too concerned with his mental health.
Why do you care now? Yeah.
Like you care now because you think there's some money involved, some money to be had.
Right. If anything, y'all will come out and say y'all either speak to it or against it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And the thing that they keep talking, oh, he was a wonderful young man. If he was so wonderful, then why wasn't he living in your home?
Right. That's not right.
Like that's why would such a wonderful young man have been homeless for so long? And like I done told you, yes, he had 44 arrests. And
well, you know what? I'll say this too.
A 67-year-old woman.
I'll say this too. Everybody that's homeless isn't homeless because they have to be. Some people choose, some people that even the missing, some people aren't that because they have to be. They just, want to be. They just go. They're like, I don't want to live with nobody. I just want to go, I think that exists too. Cause and the only reason I'm saying is because and I don't know this to be like a lot of people's story, but I have seen times where like they go, cold case and where the case grew cold and then they found the person, but they found the person like married and happy somewhere. And they're just like, I just wanted to disappear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that exists too.
Yeah. And I read that he did try to kidnap a 7-year-old girl.
Oh yeah. He's crazy.
And I'm just like, and the thing is like they're having all this protest and all this outrage, and I'm like, for why? Just because, like, we have to stop racializing everything.
Yeah, that is what bothers me the most. It's just
this
like
was just
no,
a crazy
I think if it
man
was
on
anybody,
the
I think if any, yeah,
like this was just a crazy man on the subway and a white Marine, and I really think had it been a Marine of any other color, it probably would have still ended the same way because that Marine training would have kicked in.
Right.
Like the man just got out of the Marine Corps, like I think they said in 2021. His
Hey,
training
ladies,
fresh.
I've just come back. Can I ask, because I've just missed out the whole leap,
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
We were talking about. I was asking her about the Jordan Neely situation.
Yeah.
Is that the dude that was on the subway that used to do some sort of impressions or something?
Yeah.
What is the situation with that?
Oh,
Because to be
okay.
honest, I don't know the
No,
full story.
I
I've
was
heard
telling
bits.
Scar because I had read the New York Times article. I'll show it on the screen again. I had read this article earlier in the live stream because, like, I just wanted to randomly talk about it. Hold on, is this here? It is. Okay, here it is. It's the how two men's desperate paths crossed in the killing on the F train, and it's basically just like the recounting of Jordan Neely, like the incident on the F train. And yeah, so we were talking about it, and I was just asking her how she felt. So apparently, he had like 44 arrests. He had punched a 67-year-old woman, tried to kidnap someone, and now his extended family, because his mother was unalived when he was like 14. She was found strangled and I believe stuffed in a suitcase.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Oh
like
my God.
violent, like very violent. And her boyfriend at the time was found guilty of her murder, of her
Dang.
unaliving, excuse me. And the article, it doesn't really tell you like what really happened in his childhood. I think it did say that he dropped out of high school. But pretty much after that, it's just like him being arrested. And they in the article it says it spoke to his father. So I guess his father didn't intervene in his life. And he's been living on the street for a very long time. Because I think one article I read stated he had been homeless for at least a decade.
Oh my God.
And he's 30. So like he's been homeless since he's been 20. And the article was able to find his father. So I would think it must not have been that hard.
What I'll have to do is
Yeah, a
wait and I'll
newspaper
have to
has
go
like
back over your
a
stream if
newspaper,
it's still up.
a newspaper might have more, resources at its fingertips. So I was like, okay, you were able to engage in a conversation and back and forth with this newspaper article, but you weren't able to intervene for your son in a positive manner when he was out here on the street for a decade. And then his extended family is now, I guess they're suing the Marine. I don't know how, like he's a vet, like, and I guess he was trying to become a bartender in the city. So that man has no money. I don't know whom they're trying to sue. Like, I don't know if they have a civil suit or if they're trying to like somehow pivot this into some sort of civil suit. Or like, are they trying to say like the homeless outreach failed? I don't know. But they did sort of state that in the article. Like that was sort of the angle that the journalist was sort of hinting at, like the outreach failing. And that's pretty much it.
Like, because I don't know his history and everything. I heard something about him trying to kidnap a 7-year-old girl. Did you say?
Yeah, like one of his charges is that he tried to kidnap a 7-year-old girl. He punched a 67-year-old woman in the face, which caused her, I think he broke her nose. She had a concussion and some other stuff. And this is the kicker, because actually, let me pull that article right back up, because this man, hold on, is this TV loud? I don't know if you guys can hear this.
It's fine.
The kicker in all of this is that what the article also does, which I find that like if you're not really paying close attention, they're laying out that the justice system has not worked against this man. It has actually worked in his favor, because each time a judge has given him the opportunity to not go to jail and to go get some sort of mental health counseling, to get off drugs, because apparently he was like heavily abusing K2 of all things. And
Oh my God, that
and
makes
so
so
like
much sense. Not in
yeah.
terms of his overall behavior, but
Mhm.
like before the pandemic, we've had a serious issue with that K2, something else that's similar called Meow Meow, and this other drug that has like this weird expression of how people are high, which is similar to what I'm seeing in like news reports when it comes to like fentanyl and stuff, called like Black Mamba. And it's just like it's making people crazy and delirious, and they're doing all kinds of ratchet degenerate stuff, walking around like almost zombies sometimes in these different places. It's just bizarre. But carry on, sis.
Yeah. And like in the article, the journalists like basically they're laying it out bullet forms, right? Like they're laying it out for the reader. That in each of these instances of him being arrested and the homeless outreach program intervening, and because he's been voluntary and involuntary committed to Bellevue, which has a mental health a psych ward. Bellevue Hospital has like a large psych ward, and so he's been given opportunities, and so they'll be like, he has to stay in the facility, get clean for this allotted amount of days, and then he'll only stay for like 13.
I don't know. For me, and this could be crazy, but I feel like this is an adult. Not only is it an adult, but it's an adult man. So
yeah,
when I see adult men, homeless, even like just out, doing crazy stuff, I don't know how to feel. Like sometimes I don't feel anything, because it's like I'm not the pull yourself up by the bootstraps type of person, but I am the, like, you're a man. Like, you are supposed to do some type of work to help yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if like they want to say like it's on the, the whoever was supposed to be helping him, he had so many chances. Like, what do you do after a while? Like, what happens after a while? Do we allow him to just continue to put the public in danger? Something has to happen. Like, you don't get to just run around beating people. You don't get to run around attempting to kidnap people. If that's what he did, I don't know. But you don't get to do stuff like that and think that everybody's just going to be like, oh, but he had mental issues. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, you don't get to take the life of somebody or hurt somebody or do, I don't know. I just don't think that you get to do that. You don't get to take me away. You don't get to do any harm me because you're crazy. Like,
exactly. Yeah, like that. It should never be an excuse. And my thing is like the fact that his extended family is now coming out and talking about this man was a wonderful boy. First of all, he's a 30-year-old man. Stop calling him a boy. And if he was so wonderful, why wasn't he living with you all? Why weren't you getting him the help he needed? Like, why weren't you intervening? Because you couldn't handle him, so you kicked him out and left him to his own free will. And this is where we ended up today. And I really don't think that had anything to do with race. If you rode the train and you've seen how wild some of them can act, and I'm just talking about homeless men in general on the train, because there's black and white crazy homeless men on the train. But based on my own like experience, I find that when I'm on the train, it's more so like the white men, like if they get aggressive, they'll be like, oh, they'll just yell out like F you as they're getting off the train because no one gave them any donations, or they might throw a drink or something. They might do that. But like the black homeless men, like they'll get in your face. Like they'll invade your personal space aggressively. Whereas like the other men's aggression, like they're being aggressive, but it's not like directed at anyone.
Yeah. I don't know. People are wild nowadays. Like,
They really are. And
I was coming out of a Wingstop one night, and it was a lady though. She asked me if I had any change, and I'm like, I don't carry change. I asked you for effing change, and everybody's acting like they don't have change, and I'm like, not you being entitled and homeless, and you don't get to be entitled and begging. So to me, I think it's just all the same. It's just like you don't get to be begging and entitled, like. But that's just, I don't know.
Well, yes, and I don't know what y'all like the people out here, like the black men out here, like panhandling. That like, girl, they will ask you if you tell them you ain't got no money. They'll be like, I accept Cash App. Like, sir, if you accept Cash App, you need to get a job. Or yes, they will. Yes, they will.
How you got Cash App?
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous out here. Like, I don't know if you've seen, there's one of the other content creators, she's a BW. She did some content to do with this platform. And basically this platform basically follows the homeless. And in one sense, she was asking two questions, and she was asking the question in terms of support for the homeless, but also in terms of what the platform holder was doing. Was it abuse? Do you get what I'm saying? In terms of exploitative in different ways. And I think she made a good point in also bringing awareness about what was taking place. I don't remember the name of the platform off the top of my head, but it basically focuses on homeless people and their stories. And basically it sounds like in exchange for them sharing their stories, that he gives them like some food or something, or sometimes like less than $10. But at the same time, like, there's other stories that have come out that potentially he might have exploited his position with some of these young ladies in getting their stories and stuff. But it was just so concerning to me.
Is it that? Because I've seen. Is it that black dude? I don't know if I think he's like in Atlanta.
Yeah.
I've seen his story, and I watched one of his stories. Like, it was like a short that popped up, and he was interviewing a very, like, I'd say she had to been like in her young mid-20s, like early to mid-20s, like homeless black girl. And the interview just it made my skin crawl. Like, I was just like, I didn't like his energy. I was just like, I didn't like that he was there with this young black girl. I was like, he was asking her a bunch of way too many personal questions. Exactly. And I'm like, this seems like an older black man, and like she's out here by herself. Like, it just gave me real predator vibes.
No, I think there is something very predatory about him, and the exploitativeness of the platform and the advantage that's been taken, because obviously people are doing different kinds of content, but then there's other stories where women are coming forward and saying there may have been some sexual dalliances behind the scenes. And
he targets women?
I think in some ways he does.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think he targets like younger girls.
Oh God.
And it seems like, I don't know, it's just, he just gives me real like predatory, exploitive vibes. And I'm just like, this one interview I watched his with this young black girl, and I was just like, I want to jump through the screen, and like I want to put hands on him. Like he made me want to fight him. Like, I really want to like
the ones with like, it does both men and women, but the
like,
ones with the girls
to
are
check
really
up on that young girl, like I felt like I needed to check up on her in some way. Like, because it just didn't seem right. It just didn't seem right.
Yeah, there's a lot that's going on over there, because apparently, like, recently, like I said, I didn't know recently about this platform, and now obviously there's a couple of content creators that are bringing awareness to the exploitative nature of it. It started popping up a bit more in my stream. But there's one at the moment where it's like, when he tells the stories and stuff like that, and he posts people's stories, he attaches their Cash App to it, but he also attaches his Cash App to it, towards like people being able to send money towards products and helping these people and stuff like that. So people have been talking about the financial gain that he's been receiving from having that kind of platform. But then there was a situation recently with one of the girls that's going through, well, she's not a girl. She's a girl to me in one sense, which she's technically a grown woman, but I am the age I am.
Yeah.
So to me, she's a girl. But like she's having issues with her housing and stuff like that, and one of the guys must have contacted her through his platform via the Cash App and was sending her money really and truly for attention. But it looks like there's been this whole sort of like popcorn pimping situation going on behind the scenes, and it just like the vulnerability level of people who are on the streets, especially black women and black girls, it's just
So,
deplorable to me.
oh yeah, so basically, you know what? I don't even want to think about that.
So
Like,
he's posting his Cash App and their Cash App. So he's getting paid from the Cash App and possibly the platform that he's posting from.
exactly. Like I could understand him. Like, first of all, I understand you're taking the time
platform.
out, you're creating the content, you're editing the videos. I get that you want to get paid for your time. Like time is
That's
valuable.
from the platform, I would assume, right?
Yeah, like so because I would assume he's getting paid, like he's monetized.
Right.
Like I would assume he's getting paid. And by all means, you should demand to be paid. Like everyone has a right to be paid for their time. So like I get him getting paid for creating this sort of content, but I kind of feel like it's a bit much. I feel like there's no need for him to post his Cash App, because I would think that his videos are getting like quite large views, aren't they?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. From what I understand, it seems to be. Like I said, I haven't really done that
Like,
much
'cause I know
research
one of
into
the
him.
shorts, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the shorts that I saw, there was at least like 90K likes. And there was like a whole bunch of
yeah, he's getting paid if he has
So he's
90K
getting
likes.
paid, and then like the amount of comments, so his algorithm is busting.
From what I understand, and like I'm not monetized, so I don't fully get everything, and everything's continuing to change. But when it comes to the likes on shorts, from what I understand from listening to some recent people who are doing the sort of YouTube thing, you don't get the kind of money for the shorts in the way that you get for the videos and the time length underneath those. So although you may get heavily into the algorithm, you're not making as much unless you add like
Because he
the
has,
AdSense and commercials and stuff
I
to
think
it.
he has like actual like longer videos.
Yeah, he does. He does as well.
Like, so I mean, I don't know, but I haven't actually watched a longer video, but I know through like he's popped up in my shorts several times, and they always seem to have like high engagement. So I would probably think that his longer videos would probably have, depending on the length of those videos, we might have some decent, views.
Yeah, he's getting decent views.
I would
He's
think that
definitely getting decent.
like he's probably making a decent chunk of change. Like I don't know, I wouldn't say he was balling, but he's probably making like he's probably able to sustain himself comfortably off of his YouTube checks. If his shorts correlate to his videos, he's doing pretty well. And so I kind of feel like it's kind of grimy to then put your Cash App to basically to financial gain off these people's sob stories. And I'm not, and I don't mean to like dwindle their stories down to like something as like, sob story, but like that. I mean, that's pretty much what he's doing. He's profiting off these people's, disadvantage.
Yeah.
And then, as you were saying, like now, this takes it to a whole nother level that women and young women are being contacted now through their Cash Apps, and men are trying, and so black men most often are seeing that these girls are in vulnerable positions, and they're Cash Apping them and trying to develop relationships.
Not even really and truly, it's not really relationships that they're trying to develop, because there was one of them that another content, like I said, there's another content creator that she's watching some of them, but she's concerned about some of the girls, the younger women, some of the girls have what seems to be mental deficiencies and should have been having what looks like to be more help from the state because of the mental disability, even though, versus the age of the person.
Mhm.
But there was one young, and I don't want to depress people, but there was one situation that she brought up to do with this young woman who looks like, when the last time we checked, is missing. And
Oh, I think I saw, because
sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I think I saw she was the dark skin. I think like I had saw something about like being dropped off.
Yeah, with the brother in another city alone.
And I like the thing is like, although I think, because like I think they had just turned 18, so they're still children. They're teenagers. But they had like, they look like, you could tell they had some sort of like learning or cognitive defect.
Exactly.
Because they look, I wouldn't go so far as to say they look like they had Downs, but they might have like a mild case of Downs, because they kind of had that look like that in the face, but they look so juvenile.
But
And
then the way that she was talking about some of the people that were cash apping her, or they'd say to her to go to a hotel, and she'd think that she was getting a nice place for the night to be able to just rest her head and get off the streets, and really that person's invited them there to get sexual access from her. And she'd said a number of times that she'd been unfortunately raped through those different types of situations, and even when she'd said no and stuff. So it's just like, the way that these girls are so vulnerable.
And then the thing is like, you have to think this girl, like she has a childlike demeanor in mind.
Exactly.
And we know that the way STIs and the package is rampant amongst these nakers, who knows what they could have exposed this baby to.
Well, she said, if I remember correctly, that she was born with H to the I to the V. And, when these guys were going to do what they were doing, she warned them and said that she was born with it, but some of them didn't listen and did what they did anyway. So it's just the level of non-care.
Oh, wow, because I didn't watch the whole video. I didn't know she said all of that. Wow.
Yeah, that's what the other I don't know if she's still left it up. If she's left it up, I'll drop the link in the back so you can watch her content on it.
And for them, like, for all they know, because I know that I remember someone saying that she was missing. Yeah. God only knows what's being done to that young child and the things she's being exposed to. And if she does have, what she says she has, does she have her meds with her?
I don't think so. Not from the sound of it.
Like, she could be getting very sick right now.
Exactly.
This is so sad, y'all. Oh God.
I'm sorry, y'all.
No, you're good. No. You're good.
It is. This is like, and to even like go off of this, because like the reality is that this happens more often, a lot more than we would like to believe, right? And I've been having this sort of like internal conversation with myself. Like I was wondering, because I was like, oh, I want to do content on like the Black community, but I was like, does the Black community even really exist? Because community means something. Are we just a bunch of Black people who just happen to be Black living amongst each other?
I mean, that is the community, right? I mean, no matter what, no matter how we see it, that is the community.
Yeah.
Like it's even, no matter how degenerate, no matter how, toxic it can be, it could be, that is the community, like that's just it. But I think that if you look at anybody, like I being in Texas, like you have like, I have like a broad like spectrum, when it comes to like the different types of people.
Yeah, I done told you she is missing.
So
I think she's still missing.
And so like here is like you get to see like the way everybody kind of like, operates, and everybody community, like I will be honest, like everybody need to get it together. in my opinion. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I think that when you think about like us in particular, you know, it does seem a little more highlighted. You know, it does seem a little. It does seem a little more over the top. So that's why we kind of think that there is no community. But like, no matter how we see the community, that is the community.
And you know what, you are right, because I think for me personally, if I were being honest, like I guess it's like there's this picture in my mind that I want the community to represent, and it doesn't.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's time to let that go.
But what I mean, think about like even some of the people that I would consider as toxic. They may see the community as beautiful, you know. They might like the way this is, you know. It's people who enjoy this. They like the way it is,
Sure.
you know. So we gotta think about that too. So that's another problem, you know. Like,
and you know, yeah, and because it's funny, like I was on, I think it was like TikTok or something, because like I'd be on TikTok like saving videos, and I came across like you were saying, like about some people who actually like toxic, and it was just like there's this whole like TikTok of like about toxic relationships, and like these women are showcasing like these videos of like this toxicity, and they're in the comment section like eating this stuff up, and it's just like, this is disgusting. Like, what is wrong with you women?
Listen, I had a coworker tell me she was going to the Kevin Gates concert. I thought that in my mind, I just felt like she was toxic. And that was just, and that could be bad, but in my mind, I'm like, for you to want to go to a Kevin Gates concert, you have to be toxic.
That's a bit much. You're right.
So like, that is just what it is. Like,
a woman that goes to the Kevin Gates concerts, I heard they used to smoke Black and Miles without the filter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think at this point there's a lot of women that I just think have different levels of male worship. I'm not gonna say I know that much about Kevin Gates because I don't. I've more so heard like his daily motivationals and bit
Oh,
clips
you're
pop
lucky.
up. But at the same time, I suppose I may have the same similar reaction when it comes to people like Chris Brown.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? And he's just been on a recent tour here in the UK, and it's just like, BW, where were you at? Didn't you get the notification when he was, you know, the colorism, the texturism, the good hair, the wanting to throw weaves at women, the things that Tokyo was saying, and the different things in terms of, you know, what's been going on online? Did you think you were really going to be treated any different just because he came here to London?
That's why when all of that other stuff started happening, I'm like, Tokyo said this a long time ago.
Okay.
Tokyo has been saying this because she was, when she showed up to a club one night and they were like, none of her dark skinned friends could come or something like that. It was wild.
So then, as far as I'm concerned, like the force, okay, of male worship, especially the BMWs, is strong out in these streets.
And you know what? Like, it's strong all across the diaspora. Because like I watched some African women, and like some of the advice they be giving, I'm like, what? I was like, I be in the comments like, don't listen to her. I don't know if you can speak English. You can understand.
Girl, while you've been away, there's been some like different elements of diaspora wars. There's been Jamaica versus Haiti. There's been Nigeria versus, I can't remember how many different things that have been going on when it came to the issues between the aunties and the younger generation of women.
People can say whatever they want to about how much they think Black American women coddle Black men. Don't nobody coddle a man like a Haitian mother. It's just nothing like it. It's nothing like it. It's nothing like it.
I guess that's why they say we're connected. We're all connected.
Listen, if I died on my brother's birthday, my mom would think it would be a major inconvenience. And she'd probably be like, why does she on my son? She ruined my son's birthday. Y'all think I'm laughing, but I'm dead serious.
Look.
I'm dead serious. Like,
The amount of worship that happens around here is wild, baby.
It's crazy. And you know what? Like because I was watching, I think was it Intellectual Media. I like to watch, or was it her? I forget. I always get her and someone else mixed up. But anyway, I was watching her a video about, like, this person was doing, like, basically addressing, like, the gender war, but they were addressing it like on a global level, and they just kind of honed in on each culture's, like, what's happening in each culture's their version of the gender war. And in her like her, I guess, summary of, like, how she viewed, like, black gender war, is like she likened it to, like, what we've heard before, is like a domestic violence relationship. And I agree with her, but at the same time, like, because I've been Dr. Sage, like we were talking about earlier, and she talks a lot about Stockholm syndrome, and I think it's more so like a Stockholm syndrome situation.
girl, you're reading my mind. Okay, I do believe it's like a version of Stockholm.
Yeah, like I
DV.
think it's like it's like a weird coupling of the two, right?
Yeah.
Like with Stockholm syndrome, the identifying with the your victimizer it's a coping mechanism.
Also a trauma response, depending on the level of abuse. But I do really think that with what's been going on in the YouTube streets recently, like I've been saying to the ladies, that it's like that's playing out online as well as real life, when we see the way that these women are getting cussed, abused in these different spaces.
But they're
They
still
leave the space, but they go back and they beg to be
continue
back
to
there
go.
in their presence.
And to me, and for me, I guess, like, that's why I say that it's more dangerous when I see women do this, because, like, women will sit in that environment, and it's like, don't do that, because then they carry that over to other women, you know what I mean? And then they recruit other women, and then next thing you know, like, you got so many toxic women, and then it turned into this divestment thing. And I'm not against divestors. Like, I it's like I can sit and listen and understand exactly why they do what they do. But when they speak the way they speak, sometimes I don't see the difference between them and those, the manosphere. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So
I totally believe that you can get your point across. Like, you can get your point across, and you don't have to be like, because I make jokes, I crack jokes, I drag black men, but like mine aren't racialized. Like, I don't feel like my jokes are racial. I feel like they go too far when they start, like, calling, like, things like monkeys and all, and like, like, that's just too much.
Because sometimes I get excited when I find a new channel, and then next thing you know, I'm like, okay, bye. Because they start saying, like, crazy shit. And I'm just like, why would you say that, lady? Like, that's crazy. Like, this is the reason why, like, there's, like, you have, like, the left, and then you have the right, and then you have, like, the middle. Like, I don't know if I want to be in the middle either, because I don't necessarily want to be a fence sitter, but at the same time, it's like when I listen to both sides, it's just like, I don't know, y'all, because y'all just sound like y'all just want to, like, unalive each other, and that's not the goal. You know what I mean? Like, the goal is to try to, I guess, to, like, prosper, to be better. And if I guess, like, if we're just, like, speaking out of anger every time we speak, then I don't understand, like, how we're going to get anywhere or do anything.
I think that the woman's version of, like, the manosphere, like, those sorts of divestors are just like, I feel like, how can I put this? I also feel like those women that are that extreme have their own internal self-hate issues, right?
Yes.
And I think that they somehow, I don't know, it's just like because basically they're doing the same thing that the manosphere is doing, right? This is just the female version of internalized self-hate. That's all that really is, right?
True. I'd agree with you on that.
Someone has an echo. And it's just sad. Like it's really, really sad, because these are what I find is that these are two groups of people that are deeply wounded who do not know how to heal themselves. Like, these are people who don't know how to self-soothe. These are people who are just like drowning in misery. And they found, like we all know, misery loves company. And now they found like-minded people. And then the thing is like, they're even, I feel like these sorts of people, they radicalize other people as well, because you start watching that content. And like you said, you fall down this algorithm of all of this content. And that's one of the good and the bad things about, like AI and all this stuff, and the things that it starts to recommend to you. Because once you start watching like one certain video, it starts sending them all of them your way. And so if you're that type of person who is maybe coming newly into this whole, like, finding out who Black men really are, and you've watched a few of these videos, and now you've fallen down this wormhole, and you're saying things that you may have never thought you would say. And it's really sad. Like, it's really sad. And I hope that those women, I hope that they find inner peace, because people that are healed and that are good, like, because I feel like even though you can be in a messed up situation, but you can be healed, and you learn to navigate those obstacles, right? Though I don't feel like those women have actually learned to navigate the obstacles that we as Black women find ourselves in. Like, they're stuck in this like, there's this weird stage, and it's really sad to see. It's really sad to see.
I think people kind of get, I guess, like, looped into the whole, I guess I saw you as this, so I see the rest of them as that. So it's like you can't even go to, it's like when you listen to like the Manosphere, and they're like, I can go to the grocery store. Like, I've literally heard like men on panels say, like, I can go to the grocery store, and if I get in the line, the white girl or the Hispanic cashier is usually like really nice. She smiles at me. But if I get in the line by the the Black cashier, she's mean. You know what I mean? She doesn't smile, whatever. You know what I mean? So I think, and even when you like listen to like the divester side, they're like, I can't walk into the grocery store because then they'll, if it's a Black man going in, before, he'll like run to the door to make sure that I don't, he don't have to hold the door for me, to make sure the door slams on me. And it's just like, if that's the way you're living your life every day, like, I think that those like small things, if people are living their life like that, I think that you really need to get off of YouTube, because that's the type of stuff that I hear people say on YouTube. And it's just like, wait, it was the white girl and the Hispanic girl's job to smile at you. Like, it was literally her job to tell you how you doing, have a nice day.
Like, oftentimes when these men make these sorts of statements, there's no one to counter them and be like, okay, but what type of energy did you step up to that cashier with?
Right. That too. But in my mind, when I hear that, it's just like, I guess because I've heard both sides kind of say stuff like that, it's like, sis, dude.
Yeah, because it is really inconsequential. Like,
yeah, it's like that's like small stuff. Like if that's the stuff that is getting in your way, I think that you should be able to have a good day after that. If you
harping on that, man, like I feel like if you harping on that, you got some other issues you need.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like I get you. I understand where you're coming from, because if a random person not smiling at you or something, because I get it, like sometimes I might go to the cafe I like to go to, and the cashier, they not in the best mood. Okay, that's just being human.
And you don't know what happened before you walked in. You don't know what the cashier, the person before you. Like, I try to think about stuff like that. Like, so I don't. If I decided to like deal with life the way people on YouTube decide to deal with life when I go outside, if I got a male cashier, or if I pull up, or if I'm going to get gas or something like that, or if I'm, no matter where I'm going, if my server ends up being a guy, am I supposed to be like, because people like you know what I mean? Like,
or like, yeah, like I find, but you know what? I find that a lot of people are actually living like that, Scar, because like when I go on TikTok and I'm like watching videos, and it'll be like white girls, Asian girls, and all this stuff, and they'll be like the things that men are saying to them at dinner on dates is outlandish.
Yeah.
And they're like, when did you encounter, like, when did any of this like, no one's doing this, sir, and why are you all saying the same things?
It's crazy to me, because I'm like, if this is the stuff that is getting in your way from day to day, then I think that those type of people are the ones that need to stay off of YouTube. Those are the type of people who don't need to consume like every day, like, you know, like media, like, you know,
Yeah,
even like you said, like you don't watch the news all the time. I think people like that really need to stay away from controversial things, you know?
But you know that you pointed out, like, because I've read that like across a lot, like black men like to use that whole like white and Asian and all these other women will smile and all this stuff. And I was just like, you know, here's the thing that I find funny, and I think men of all races don't seem to know this, is that I don't know about, I feel like I do this in a situation. If I'm in a situation and there's a man where like I might feel slightly uncomfortable, I'll smile.
Yeah.
Just so I seem,
just to ease, you know,
just to ease it and make it seem like so. And then they have to think like, okay, as a non-black woman, like in they see black men the way they see black men. So maybe they are of the same sentiment that most women are. Well, if I smile a little, that'll change his temperament and we'll be okay. So
that is crazy, because you're right. I will smile just because people expect me to smile, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I'll smile just because just to ease, like to calm. It's just because like, and studies have shown that like if aggressive men, like they've become less aggressive in the event that like a woman that they find attractive has smiled at them or done something that they think is like a behavior geared towards them.
Yeah, but that's why they say that stupid shit they say.
Yeah. That's
what
they
mean. Like I done told you, say, and then she was nice to me. Like it's crazy. Like the cashier smiled at me. That's literally in her job description, probably. You know, like I was a cashier before. Like I've had a cashier job, so I know that it's literally in my job description to smile at you, to ask you how you're doing today, to ask you if you found everything okay.
Exactly, because like when I was in undergrad and like I worked as a hostess. Like you smile, you ask people about their day. Oh, isn't the weather nice? Like it's small talk. Like
literally, they tell you to engage your customer. Yeah. Like that is a part of your a part of customer service, and engaging your customer. So it's crazy when they make it seem like, oh, the cashier is always flirting with me. Like I've heard that on so many like manospheric panels that it drives me crazy. Like it drives me crazy because when I'm out like grocery shopping and I see like men doing that, I'm just like, bro, they really act like this in real life.
Yeah. And I forgot what I was about to say. For a lot of lit up the blunt. No, it's because I haven't smoked a J.
Me too. Me too.
No, but that's what I was going to say. But I think that the fact that black men are saying this so much so speaks to the fact that black men I don't think they read normal social cues. Like, because
you're right.
When black men are out in mixed society, like it's almost as if they don't know how to act. They don't know how to act socially. They don't know how to engage in socially acceptable behavior. So people who don't know how to engage in socially acceptable behavior aren't going to know how to pick up on normal social cues. Like, so I think that might be the issue as well.
I think especially men who don't necessarily get like the attention that they want from women, they definitely don't know how to read the room when it's just like I'm giving customer service, or I'm just, you know, like being a nice person, or I was just raised, you know, a certain way to greet people, you know, like I can't even just smile. But believe it or not, I asked one of my I think she's like 19 or 20, one of my cousins, and I asked her like, is it just me? But maybe you can tell me your experience with this. But women, for the most part, like women don't necessarily, if I smile at a woman, they look at me weird sometimes. You know, is that just me? And I don't know if it's just like the time that we live in where people are just like so, you know,
no, it's like, because one time, but then again, like I like to people watch, so I might actually like, because my mother says like I stare, so
okay.
Like
Maybe I don't know.
Like one day I was walking from the Starbucks near me, and it was this like when I tell y'all, like, have you ever seen someone so beautiful that you have to actually like, you have to turn back and look at them?
Yes, yeah.
Like, that's how beautiful this black woman was. She was dark skinned and she had this beautiful hair wrap on, and like literally I was done. Like I saw her, and I was like, the hell is this beautiful black woman just casually doing standing on the corner? Like, what is she like? I was just like, she was so beautiful. And so I turned back, like had walked down the block, like I was halfway down but because she was so beautiful, I stopped and I turned around. And when I turned around, she and I made eye contact. And then she kind of casually, like, because we were within earshot of each other, and she was like, why is she looking at me?
Okay, it's not just me then.
I was like, sis, you beautiful, and I like your hair wrap. and then she just started to laugh because like I dead stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and turned back around to look at her. And she caught me staring, and she probably thought I was a creep. So that's why I was just like, I just yelled out, oh my God, you're so beautiful, and I like your hair wrap. But like, y'all, she was like this, she could have been a model, like on any like Chanel, Balenciaga, like she was that beautiful. Like her face was just extremely symmetrical. Like she was just, I don't know, y'all. Like I've never seen a woman that beautiful in person.
You can't even compliment people. It's hard. Like, I don't know, because especially women, like, I don't want to say, because I don't want to say that women are mean, but I understand, like, we kind of keep like this like bull face, if that makes sense. Like, because we don't know sometimes, you know, what we're gonna walk into. That's my opinion. You never know what's gonna happen. You know,
I think patriarchy has bred an atmosphere and women across all cultures to be sort of catty with each other. Right. That's what I believe, because like, where did all of this, like all of these sorts of, like, when you think about it, all of the horrible terms or the negative terms attached to women start with men. Like those were the first people to come up with those sorts of terms.
Yeah. Have you ever heard the saying, like, you meet the nicest women in the restroom? In like the restroom?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, like it's crazy, but you really do. Like, even down to like, do you know, like simple things, like needing somebody to help you.
Whenever I see a pretty girl in the bathroom, I'll be like, oh my God. Or don't come in the bathroom and your face is beat. Like, girl, I'm gonna let you know. I'm going, because I'm like, I consider myself a girl's girl.
Yeah, I'm like that. Yeah. Cause like I don't, and forgive me for this. This might sound bad, but like I could give a goddamn what men have going on. I'm like that. But the moment like it comes to like women, it's just like, let's see what I can do. You know what I mean? Like I really just don't like, I don't care. Like, and I've gotten to that point because it's just like men have shown us that it's them and then whatever, you know, whatever they want, and then whatever they need, and then us. You know what I mean? So like it's just like, you know.
Yeah, that's why I know people say like the advent of social media has like is going to be the downfall of like human existence. And I do believe that to some extent. Like I do believe it's dumbing us down.
Yeah.
I think being able to have so much information at our fingertips is a good and a bad thing. But one of the good things I think that has come out of this is women's abilities to share like their unfiltered stories. And we're hearing it straight from women's mouths. It's no longer like reading about some anonymous woman in some like magazine article. Like we're seeing a woman giving her real life account and her lived experience. And I think that's a beautiful thing for women to see that like we're all sort of going through like the same thing. Like we're not crazy. Like men are who they are.
And that's, yeah, amongst the races, that's the crazy thing. Like, cause you can just like, just go outside. Like that's what I tell people. I'm like, I mean it, go outside. Cause if you live your life online, you're not gonna, I think like online is just like a portion of what it is. And I know since like the panorama, whatever we're gonna call it, I don't know if I'm able to say the actual word, but ever since that, I think people have gotten to the point, you know, like it's like on, you know, everything is virtual and everything is just like nobody like interacts with each other. And I would say that, you know,
social isolation is like a big thing now.
So when people go outside and they see stuff going on, I think people kind of get scared, you know, and it's just like, no, this stuff always been going on, you know, it's always been there, you know, we just been inside.
I think the advent of social media is putting it in our faces more often. But it has, like you said, it's always been there, but we're just relying on like the local news and things of that nature, and now we're able to see like stuff that's going on in this city and that city all at once, you know?
Yeah. Because I don't think we've like been so connected with like the other continents until like social media became so big, you know? Because like if I pay attention to like my algorithm is more like, I don't know, it's I don't have a lot of American you know, my algorithm is not as American as you would think it would be, you know, because, you know, that I'm here in Texas. Like I get a lot of like people that's like in like, you know, that still live in Jamaica. I get like a lot of African suggestions and they're like living there. And I don't know if it's like, I don't know what happened to my algorithm, but like the whole travel thing is like, it's up there. Like I get like a lot of like travel vlogs. I get a lot of, you know, I guess like research on like, you know, women being able to like live abroad. And it's weird.
Oh yeah, like I've been getting you know what's crazy is like once I undid my like kind of like didn't get all of the quieted my subscriptions or whatever. I started getting a ton of like Black women moving out of the country, Black women.
Yes. Oh, okay. I was just
like, I was like, does Uncle Sam want me to get up out of his country? Like, what? You want me to leave? What's going on?
I get a lot of that, and I'm like, because like, I'm not. I'll take like a break from YouTube sometimes. So, and I don't have a Facebook. I've never even I didn't have a MySpace. I think the most I've ever had was like a Black Planet, you know, and that was like, I don't even know what year that was, but you know, when I look at my algorithm, it's like, I get why my algorithm is the way it is, because like I stay within like a bubble, but when it started coming upon like like the whole moving out of the country, I'm like, okay, so I don't know what I started doing for them to start suggesting that, because I don't see me moving away from America. So that was what was weird to me, you know, if that makes sense. Like traveling is not, I'm not against traveling, but like leaving America, it was just like, oh, well, leaving the US, it was just like, I don't know, you know? So when I started getting those type of suggestions, I was like, I don't know if it was because of what was going on with the passport bros, and they were trying to also highlight like it's also women, you know? I don't know.
Sorry to interrupt, ladies. Can you hear me?
Yeah, babe.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed this conversation tonight, but I'm unfortunately going to have to drop off because I'm supposed to start my stream and it's kind of running in the background. And I want to go and get that done. It's ridiculous o'clock here. But I've really enjoyed the conversation. I always do when I'm with you ladies. It helps me expand and grow and evolve in different ways. But keep doing what you're doing, all right?
All right. I'm gonna probably get off here soon myself.
And thank you for having me and enjoy the night.
Good night,
I've put my other email address in the back. So if I don't know whether you're leaving this stream up or not. Obviously, I missed like the first hour and stuff of what you were doing and talking about. So I'd like to watch it. But if you could also, if you don't mind, re-wrenching me with losing 3.0. I'm on Rebellion now, so if you could wrench that one up for me, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, let me scroll up so I can see where you typed in the chat.
But ladies in the chat, take care. Have a wonderful evening. Sacred. Okay, because that's what you are to me.
Thanks for the rain.
Oh, never mind. I heard it.
Say that again, sorry, Dusty.
No, I gotta figure out how to do the wrench again.
I think if you're on, I don't know how to do it in StreamYard. I've never known if there is a way, but I know with, I think YouTube, you have to press the 3 dots in the chat. You can do it that way, or I think there's a way to do it on the inside of your studio. Somehow, I don't really know how to do that way, but I think it's the 3 dots in the chat, and if you press that, it should show like a list of different things, and then add to moderator. And there's now, I think, directing moderator and standard moderator or something of that sort. So you choose what suits you. But I love y'all, and I'll see you on the other side if you're joining me a little bit later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Type in the chat before you go. Type in the chat before you go. Queen, if you're still here. So I can add you. Did she hear it? You still here? Scarred? Oh, she's on mute.
I'm here.
Oh.
You going to bed?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna doze off soon. It's like almost 2 a.m. here.
It's almost 1. Yeah, I'm gonna go lay it down.
Well, it's wonderful talking to everyone. I'm gonna leave the stream up, so it was great hanging out.
It was. I always I love being over here with y'all. I appreciate it.
Good night, babe. Good night. I should have a video up real soon.
Okay, give me some poetry.
I'm gonna give you a Dusty Slam just because you asked for it. I'm gonna make 2 videos, and the second one's gonna be a Dusty Slam poetry. Just
Thank
for you.
you.
You're welcome.
Good night, babe.
Good night. Good night, everyone. I'll see you next time.